We don't need advance notice. It's fine. Welcome, travelers. If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your spontaneous combustion engine DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons&Dragons 5th edition system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based on the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you are welcome to read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. And before we get too lost in our adventure, please be sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below answering the following question. What quality do you admire most in a hero? Think about it, leave us a little comment, we greatly appreciate it. And without further ado, please enjoy this session of Razia's Shadow, a 1000-year interlude. Let's recap. Session 32, Wound Up. Viola found another victim of the city's strange fainting spells in the Wild Pike. She was the evening's performer, but she also thought nothing of the wariness. Before leaving, Viola acquired one of Rosita's rings for further inspection later. The next morning, the novices grabbed a quick breakfast and met at the Wild Pike, where Viola confronted Zader, who still owed her money from their pre-festivity arm wrestling. When he claimed not to have it on hand once again, Beau threatened him, and Viola took a small pouch as collateral. But she also spotted a strange red tinge in Beau's eye that he was quick to brush off. Then it was time for the main event, the Purger Fear Gambit. The group heard the rules from two official Purgers. They would face a creature and endure the mental trial for as long as they could. Should it become too much to handle, they needed to only speak the words, "I cannot continue." They prepared and then entered, facing off against a monster of terrible strength. The hits seemed physical, and the novice's strategy was wise, but it was the mental pressure that quickly became too much, and Beau spoke the words that ended the trial, well below any record for earning a prize. On their way out, Viola and Ste'yn saw their bunkmate Cynthia, nose deep in the same book she borrowed from one of the masters in the city, and still looking pale and tired. Snow attempted to identify the ring Viola got from Rosita, and he learned it was protected from his magic. The group decided it was time for lighter festivities, and Viola urged them on to the costume contest, which brought them close to the Wild Pike and Rosita for further questions anyway. But when they confronted Rosita about the magic around her ring and the other items making their way through the city, she didn't deny her part in their creation or hiding their magic. It was very purposeful. Ste'yn had her sneaking suspicions confirmed, as she sensed a fiend grinning back at her through Rosita's smile. Beau, far from being in the mood for theatrics, dove at her with his psychic dagger. The Wild Pike erupted, with patrons leaping to Rosita's aid, the barmaids and lads running for help, and Peace Watch pouring into the scene of chaos. I'm going to politely ignore chat because you guys are just the best and I love you all. So, so
we love you.
You say words. So where you find yourselves? Let me give me just a moment to kind of rearrange my screen a little bit, because it looks nicer when I'm actually looking at you. So, you guys are by the tabletop, by the bar, where Beau had attacked, so it seemed, Rosita. And as things were starting to pick up steam, he made a quick step away, but upwards, to the ceiling. He used his innate spider climb abilities to hop up to a light fixture of some kind and up to the ceiling, or by the bar right? I think
Yeah,
you've
I
gone
just
up
climbed up the wall of the
the
bar.
wall where the drinks and that whole wall table thing situation is, up to the ceiling. Viola had come running back towards them, giving notice to them that all of the barmaids and bar lads are giving you all attention. And I believe, in a slightly more comical way, Snow is still sitting atop Ste'yn's shoulders.
Correct.
But the Peace Watch are entering. You also spot, since you're very aware kind of the crowd around you, there are a lot of people who, even for this hour, it's early afternoon, a lot of people are looking like they've had a few drinks, but are kind of ready to jump. They already attempted to grab Beau. Some people stand, and you can see they are also in Peace Watch garb, that notable brown cloak and pendant, the brooch. They are standing also, watching the scene and approaching. So, in the midst of this chaos that we left off in, what are you guys doing?
Well, I know Snow had offered to turn Beau invisible right at the end, and I don't think Beau ever responded.
Is this all through mind link, or is he
mind linked
That
it.
was like the very last thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no, can't take me anywhere.
So wait, where's Rosita at right now?
Sure. Rosita's behind the bar still. When you leaped at her, pardon me, I spilled water on myself. I made a mess, I'm sorry. My poor pink shirt.
Just kamikaze from the ceiling.
Yeah, that one. Do it. No, so Rosita is she's behind the bar top. You had jumped at her and she stepped back. At this point, she has not come closer to the tabletop again. She's stepping back and watching. Her eyes are bouncing between you, Beau, and the Peace Watch coming in and kind of taking in the scene. But she's kind of back towards that wall.
So her back is to the wall.
Yeah,
is it-
it's pretty close. It's pretty close, yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
You, Peace Watch, the others.
Is she the only person behind the bar?
There's one other, Iltana, who she was speaking to briefly, who was helping cover her folks there while you spoke. She's there too, also looking very surprised, but her back's not to the bar. Her back is to like where the table would turn, where the countertop would turn. She's kind of pressed back there. So her back is kind of towards the wall, the entrance.
Okay, and then
Looking at
where are exits located?
You'll find the exits of the Wild Pike to your left and to the from where you are, there's the two main exits. There's the entrance to the actual pike, and that would go back into the city. There's on the opposite wall, shorter wall, in the back, there's the one that leads into the novice hut. There's a door to the side. I'm still doing the airline arms. There's a door behind Rosita that would lead back into like probably some kind of kitchen area. And there's two of these kind of bar tops along this wall. There's two on the opposite wall as well. It's a big tavern.
All right, so there is a door behind the bar then.
Yes, but Rosita is very close to it.
Okay.
As in practically, like, it's closer than my door is to me.
Well, we can't see your door, but I'll take your
Oh,
word
I'm
for it.
looking at Discord. It's fine. There's a door to my right, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's at least not in my field of view. Maybe it is in the other.
The
the
players
actual
can
call.
see. It's fine.
Oh.
We can see it.
It's within 5 feet of her.
Okay.
And Peace Watch are approaching, so you'll have to act quickly.
Oh, they're
They will-
moving?
They are on the way in. So the barmaids and bar lads who had ran out and come back in, they're filing in with those Peace Watch who are approaching. At this point, 4, 5 of them are coming in from outside. More have stood up who were at tables in the pike. And you two are, Ste'yn and Snow are surrounded by some rather upset-looking men at the bar.
Ste'yn's just gonna say, hold on, wait a moment. I think there's been a bit of a miscommunication as to what just happened. Please calm down, everybody. Let's sort this out like the gentlefolk we are. And she's going to cast Calm Emotions on the group.
Yeah, she is. She couldn't wait for that bad boy. Also, real quick, just I realize I hear my voice raising. Is my microphone peaking at all?
Not from what I can tell.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
I don't know for sure though. I feel like my camera looks like it's being weird on the YouTube.
It just started.
That's because
I didn't
your
notice it before.
connection is lagging. Your audio is coming through fine. Your video is coming through choppy.
Is it still acting like that?
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Considering you haven't even mouthed those words yet.
Oh, no.
All things considered.
All right. It seems like it's doing better.
It's doing a little better, yeah.
So who are you rolling for the townspeople?
Yes. Can you read me? Because I didn't even grab my dice.
Yes.
Guys, a lot's been happening, and I'm so excited to be here.
So,
yes,
calm
please
emotions.
read that verbiage for me.
You
Thank
attempt
you.
to suppress strong emotions in a group of people. Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point I choose within range must make a charisma saving throw. A creature can choose to fail this saving throw if they wish. If a creature fails its saving throw, I choose one of 2 following effects. And I'm just going to read you the one that I am choosing to do to save a little bit of time.
Thank
I
you.
can make the targets indifferent about creatures of my choice that they are hostile toward. This indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. When the spell ends, the creature becomes hostile again, unless the DM rules otherwise.
Okay, thank you. So let me
So
see
Ste'yn is
here.
trying to make all the humanoids indifferent about every one of Vivere, instead of being hostile towards them.
Okay. Let me see real quick. So we'll see what players are involved in this situation. So we've got the tavern goers. We've got so you said every humanoid, yeah?
Every humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere. And she's
Okay.
centering the point a little bit behind her, that we were capturing more of the crowd and not going so far in front of her where there's just Rosita.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it
Trying
does.
to get as much of the
Ow.
crowd as she can.
Sorry, my headset keeps catching on the side of my microphone arm that I'm not even using yet. This is what character sheets are for. So. Okay. And I think that's different. So yeah. Okay, cool. Excellent, excellent. Okay, yeah, let's see. So they have to pass a wisdom saving throw or charisma saving throw?
Charisma saving throw. The DC is 15.
Excellent. That's what I was looking up real
I
quick.
succeeded with 19.
It's like, I don't want to not be mad.
It's gonna make you indifferent towards yourself.
I'm so mid today.
Snow would rather just be himself, thank you.
Thanks, but no thanks. Let's see here real quick. All right, I just want this up for our randos. Beautiful. Excellent. All right, so let's see how the commoners feel about it. Our plain Jane folks. Okay? Barmaids, bar lads who are in the area. Okay. And let's see Rosita herself.
Well, isn't she possessed by a fiend?
I know.
Okay.
It's
That-
15, you said?
Possession
15.
leaves them.
Okay. Okay. So the people in the area who were yelling and you're telling everyone to calm down and they're trying to get up on the tabletop to get to Beau, not even thinking twice the fact that he just ran up a wall. You speak these words and you watch the otherwise drunken looking men who tried to grab him earlier kind of look at you and say, I'm just here for another drink. And they get down from the tabletop and take sips of their drink and just kind of look at them and start chatting with each other. Iltana and a couple of the barmaids and bar lads who had approached also seem to, like, their tense shoulders seem to slump a bit, and they are just kind of almost confused, but are just witnessing as if it's a slow day at the pike. Rosita looks at you, and you can see a little smirk on her face. But otherwise, she goes back to kind of just looking back and forth, a little surprised at what's happening. It does not seem to have affected her.
Didn't expect it to.
Fair enough.
Snow
She is pretty
from atop-
charismatic.
Snow from atop Ste'yn's shoulders is just gonna like pat her head and say, "Nice one."
Aw.
I think
Do you have
this is a.
I
Sorry.
was gonna ask, does Snow have inspiration yet?
I do not.
You should have one, because that's adorable. And I'm still just witnessing this comical scene of Snow on her shoulders, and I cannot right now.
He's never felt so tall.
Bless his
I
heart.
think this is a good time for us to make our way out of here. This will only last for a moment.
And as you say that, the Peace Watch that were further back have approached. They seem to have been outside of the range. And as they're getting closer, they're looking about. Iltana sees them coming in, almost seems wondering what they'd like, whereas one of the other women seems to be finishing a hurried speech to them. The Peace Watch looks at the situation, looks at Rosita, asks if she's all right, and she just shrugs and smiles. What's a drunkard on my wall? It's just another day. I've had my fair share. And they look, the Peace Watch look at the four of you, the three of you, then up at Beau. Sir, do you mind coming down?
Yes.
It'd be a good
Pause
time
for a
to
moment.
leave.
As long as we're taking her with us.
We don't have any means of doing that. We can come back later.
I can try putting her to sleep.
They're just motioning. Sir, we just want to know what's happening. Can you please?
You have to understand, we just tried the Purge of Fear Gambit, and it was quite a terrifying experience. He got it the roughest of the bunch of us, and we're trying to calm down from that emotional high, and it's a little bit much.
Beau's
We
going.
lasted 8 seconds.
Beau's going to position
8
himself
seconds.
over Rosita and detach the spider climb to fall on top of her in a clumsy-looking manner.
Okay.
Oops.
First, give me a dexterity acrobatics check,
Okay.
if you please.
He's never been Spider-Man before. He doesn't know how this works.
That's a 6.
A 6, okay. You maneuver over her, and seem to topple and fall down towards her, to which she very simply steps aside. You tumble to the ground. I'll say because you were aiming to fall, it wasn't just a drop. You're not going to take damage for it. You dropped to the ground. but not on top of her, as she steps aside, but she moves across towards Altana. And she mentions to the guards, okay, maybe he's a little more enthusiastic than my other drunken patrons. Maybe you should have a conversation with him.
Uh-oh.
Who did we just lose?
Kassie.
Oh.
We could pause for a second.
Viola fainted.
It's too much.
The drama.
It's pretty dramatic. Gives me a second to have some water. This might be, I won't even lie to you, this might be my first water today.
Girl.
I had liquid today. That was water-based.
Was it bean
True
juice?
story. It may or may not have been bean juice.
We love some good bean juice.
Oh no, Viola said, Kassie said her Wi-Fi went out.
Oh no.
Kassie, come back to us. Get on your phone. Is that just what it's going to be? No matter what, someone's going to be on their phone any given session? We just got Josh off of his phone.
We love technology until it doesn't love us.
It's,
But hey, this gives us more time to strategize.
please feel free.
Yeah, 'cause
I'd
it's
love to
going
know what
so
you guys
well
are thinking.
so far.
We're doing pretty
mean-
well.
You could be in handcuffs already.
Nah.
You know, it's
What's that?
funny. I was colluding with a fellow DM yesterday about what might happen today. And we were talking about the various options of what you guys could choose and how you could handle the situation. So I'm like, okay, I've got these two scenarios planned out, right? They might do this or they might do this. That seems to be essentially where it's generally gonna lead. And he's like, but also this. And I was like, yes. Didn't think of that. No, but there's no
always a
way they're
secret
gonna
third
do
thing.
that. The secret third thing.
Did we do
Like,
the
there's-
secret third thing?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
You may or may not be leading towards a secret third thing. We'll see.
We also may create a secret fourth thing. Who knows?
How many
It might even be
secrets?
secret from ourselves.
Probably is at this point. We don't really know what we're doing, do we?
Do you ever?
Minimal casualties, please.
I was prepared to meet Noelle.
I just think it would be a great idea to ambush Rosita later instead of when we're surrounded by Peace Watch.
No, I think
Even
Beau's
if
a
you
great
put her to
idea.
sleep, we can't drag her out.
Make her
in
invisible and
front of
drag her out.
everybody.
It's totally normal to just be like this with nothing in your hands.
No, Snow carry her or something, and he can be invisible too.
Oh yeah, he can be an.
Does she count
She
as
can be an
cooking?
item.
Now we're objectifying women. This is great.
Based in
We're only
Christ
objectifying
killed.
the fiend.
Fiends are allowed, even if
Rosita
they're
is a
pretty fiends.
lovely, lovely woman.
Yeah, it's just the fiend that's the problem.
The fiend's
Definitely.
not so.
How long has Rosita been the fiend? That's the
This looks
question.
funky.
How long, indeed?
Indeed,
That's a great
indeed.
question.
Indeed.
I'd love to talk to
Indeed.
her about that.
You should. She's right there. Why don't you just ask her in front of everybody?
You know, I play a character in another game who absolutely would just blurt out questions without a thought.
She
Thankfully,
would.
Ste'yn has 10 more points of wisdom than that character does. So we're not gonna do that.
Golly. I think she'd be more than willing to answer your questions. She was perfectly open with her answers when you first asked her. You're like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" She's like, "Why wouldn't I do this? I wanted to. It got me what I
Perfectly
wanted."
open. Avoids
Yeah.
answering any question.
Like Beau.
Mhm.
Absolutely open
Yeah.
book. But there's no words on the pages.
The pages are just stuck.
You know? Sometimes that's just what you gotta do. You just keep asking questions till they slip up.
We
Or,
had that
you know.
conversation too yesterday.
Someone throws a dagger. We love it.
He didn't throw the dagger.
He did throw the dagger.
aimed the dagger. I didn't think he threw it. I thought he
No,
just
he
jabbed at her with it.
swung.
He
Yeah,
did?
swung.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swing.
I had that different in my mind then.
That worked out so much better than I thought it was going to. I'm really glad I stopped. Sorry.
Kassie said she was restarting her router,
Excellent.
so hopefully that will fix it.
Yep.
Fingers crossed. I'm just here shaking up my die because it's so pretty. I really shouldn't use this die except for the person I'm meant to use it for, but it's going to be so long before we see that character again.
Oh, she's
There she
back.
is.
She's on her phone.
Maybe.
Hey!
looks like she is.
Hey!
Welcome back.
It's not back on my computer yet, so I'm on my phone.
Okay. We just love to see your face.
Yeah. And the phone doesn't zoom in.
That is true.
It's the real reason that her Wi-Fi went out.
It died laughing. Does that work, David?
Hmm?
Does that work?
It works
Like, you
until
gotta-
her Wi-Fi gets back. I wouldn't say stick with this if the Wi-Fi comes back on.
Obviously. I mean, like, is it functional? Are we functioning?
Or do we need to keep stalling?
I mean, she's fitting in frame. I don't know how clear our mic is because she hasn't said too much since getting back, but
Well, it's through my headphones, I'm guessing right now.
It's not bad.
I hear her clearly. I don't know how the thing's picking her up.
Discord's getting ready to try. It says
Come
I'm
on,
connected to the
Discord.
internet. I'm sure this is a great angle. Probably shouldn't have put my phone.
You look beautiful. Don't
How do we
worry.
make this one go away though. Is it
What?
away? Maybe it is away.
The camera's not on anymore.
Okay. It just automatically turned me onto my computer,
Hey!
but it's not connected to my headphones. Why?
What a roller coaster of emotions.
wait, can you not hear us?
Okay, now I
No.
can. Before it was
Yay.
just-
So you're good?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
So laggy for you guys on from me.
A little bit.
But not bad.
Not like it was earlier.
Okay.
Okie doke. Someone remind my ADHD brain what just happened.
I think the
Maybe he's a little more enthusiastic than my other drunken patrons.
is
That's
what
right.
Razia said.
And she said, yeah, maybe you should talk to him or talk to them. Maybe outside of my bar, not to upset my patrons. Our patrons, Darian's patrons. I know I seem like I run the place, and you guys are sweet to act that way, but I'm just here to help.
We'll
And
happily
they-
speak with them outside if they would like. Rosita, I would love to continue our conversation later. I think there are still a few things about your exquisite jewelry that we wanted to know.
Oh, of course, of course. But yeah, maybe take some time and speak with the Peace Watch for a little bit. And the festivities are very exciting. And she looks away from you again, Ste'yn, to the Peace Watch. Somewhere safe for everyone maybe would be in their best interest. Give them a chance to come down from this.
What are
They-
you implying?
She doesn't.
Because he's still near,
you.
like he's still on the back side of the counter with her, right?
Oh no,
Where'd
no, I
Josh
lost
go now?
Josh.
What's going
It's a
on today?
disease.
I just want to kill my players. I mean, what?
Oh. This is actually what we were planning in the meantime since last session to try and thwart
We're
you.
just one by one having tech issues to, thwart the game a
To
little bit.
avoid death.
You can't kill us if we're not here.
We're doing
If
great.
mine's still been laggy, I did try switching to my other thing.
No,
You
it
seem
looks good
good.
now.
Okay. Because there's like the 5G and the whatever the other one is. The one
Mhm.
without the 5G behind my name, and I switched to the one without the 5G behind my name.
There he is.
Hey!
Welcome back. Oh, wait,
Whose
wait,
turn is next?
wait for it.
Oh no.
Who's next?
Can you hear me?
Don't encourage this.
Yeah, we
Hear
heard
you for
you.
a second.
Okay.
Okay, there he is. Yes, Beau is still behind the bar with Rosita and Iltana.
What did she say? Sorry.
She asked the Peace Watch to take the four of you
Oh,
outside
did no
of her
one?
bar.
She didn't say anything after he said something.
No, she did not acknowledge you. But the Peace Watch are starting to come. They're motioning for all four of you to come with them. One of them has gone to the other side of Ste'yn to look at you, Beau, and kind of gives you a look of, are you all right, having dropped from the ceiling? Sorry, it's my turn for my internet or the electricity to be blinking. He looks across the bar towards you and kind of motions you towards him. Are you all right? Can you get over? Can you come around?
No.
Oh, let's go before we have the chance. Before we don't have the chance to leave
We
anymore.
have like 30 seconds before these people remember they hate us.
Well, can't we still do
We're
something
going or
about
we're
her?
leaving without you.
We can. I just established a later conversation. She'll be happy to talk to us as the fiend that she is. Right now, we're not in a position to get a win on this.
Maybe. If we took a hostage.
That would only lessen our chances of actually achieving anything in the long run. In the short run, we might have a small win, but we need to think about the long run and the good of the guardianship, so come on.
Viola's like jerking her
Ste'yn
head.
is going to start walking with Snow towards the exit, but she is watching for Beau to follow.
And
Beau's
the
gonna
Peace
take
Watch
a
have
bottle
come around.
from behind the bar and he's gonna then move across it.
They don't even fight you over the bottle. They're just, I imagine you're not going to let them kind of get close enough to touch you.
No, he's keeping enough speed distance between them. So he
Okay.
just grabs whatever bottle is nearby that looks pretty full and then goes over the counter and then moves on.
High or low, Beau?
High.
Okay. You grab one of the bottles. It is pretty full. Yeah. That's on one of the lower shelves. Just
What
kind
kind of
right in
alcohol
distance.
is it? Just so I can make a note of it.
Sure. It is. Just from the label alone, it says orc bubbles, and it has kind of a smell coming through the.
Bottle of
smell
orc
coming through the
bubbles.
orc bubbles, yeah. It's one of the lower shelf ones.
Okay, then.
As
Hey, that's
they
still
will let you
alcohol.
start walking. Alcohol is alcohol. As the four of you kind of go alongside, you're sort of surrounded tactfully by the Peace Watch that had entered and a couple more that were already inside, maybe off duty, have started following you guys. You are led outside of the pike just as you can hear some angry voices, one of them shouting, "Hey, wasn't that guy trying to hit Rosita?" And he starts swearing to some other voice, and you can hear a couple of kind of shushing voices around them as you are escorted out. Back into the light, back into the festivities. It seems people outside are not as aware of what had been going on. One of the Peace Watch that's sort of to your side of your little circle here, they say, we'll have you come with us up to the detainment. We'll have some questions. Want to make sure nobody's doing anything stupid. It's festival time. We don't want any trouble going around here.
Can't you just ask us here?
We can start if you want to tell us what's going on, but we also are going to need to give you guys some time to calm down, just to cool off.
Oh, we're all very calm.
Heard that
Yes.
before, miss. So what happened? What's going on in there?
We were having a lovely.
Conversation is good.
You're coming in through choppy.
Can you now?
Not
yet.
Really. That's worse.
Oh no! What's happening?
Wait, is he back?
Almost.
We're doing great, y'all.
I'm so excited.
It must just be the fiends messing with the connections.
It's definitely the fiends. Y'all, I'm so excited about this surge protector. I will not even lie to you. It goes off all the time to keep my computer safe.
Is your computer
That's-
plugged into
Yeah,
it right
I
now?
was to say, I don't think it's supposed to be going off all the time.
No, like it clicks when it's like, right, like some kind of weird whatever is going on, right? It clicks and then it stops. Like it all balances back out. But it's in those moments where it's clicking, like that's when the lights are kind of dimming and whatever. And I'm like, I don't like this. So I got the surge protector battery thing. So just in
Okay.
case it does decide to full on go, my computer's okay. You know, technology.
It's great.
Sometimes.
Sounds-
works.
No, it's
Uh,
not.
I can't tell if Josh
Josh
is
back?
back.
He just has a super breezy smile on his face. Nope, not yet. You're almost
Coming
with
back.
us. It's okay. We'll get there.
He seems to be enjoying himself, even though there's issues happening.
He takes it like a champ. Nothing can stop our bard. Nothing at all. So maybe like a strength saving throw or something. But that just comes with the job. Boop. And thank you everyone at home who liked our video. We appreciate that. We've got 6 likes on this video already.
Must have been before the tech issues.
Maybe it's
Is he
4th.
back?
He says he can hear us.
I can
Oh,
hear y'all the whole time.
Oh.
Seems better.
Yeah, you seem
Well,
back.
Yeah.
I
So
can hear you. It just isn't it's not synced with the actual camera.
So strange.
all right.
But he can hear us, so he's not missing anything.
No, we
Well,
just miss his lovely voice.
Yeah, he was trying to say something.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So yeah, he was asking, you know, what was going on in there. The Peace Watch.
Well, we were talking to Rosita about her lovely pendants, bits of jewelry, trinkets that she's been making. You know, they're all over the place. It's lovely. We're talking to her about those, her process for making them, why she's been giving them out. And I think it just happened that she made a bit of a gesture or move that was a little bit, it triggered something a little bit off in our friend's mind, since we just had our minds rattled a little bit, not too much, by the whole fear gambit situation, and a bit of a reaction that I think got over responded to in the moment, but quickly calmed back down, as you saw by the time you entered.
Okay.
Things were pretty much back under control.
Well, now our pictures are off, so we should pause.
Yeah.
Just trying to finish a sentence.
Yeah, no, that's
like,
fine.
Under control.
Would Viola have had enough time to grab the ring as they were walking out?
To grab her ring
She
back?
put the ring on the
I
counter.
put it on the table.
Or-
On the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a. Let's see. Through all the commotion, give me a dexterity check. Let's see if you were able to, because it wasn't like so chaotic thanks to Ste'yn. You'd probably be able to grab it or try
14?
to. Yeah, I'd say between the commotion, Beau running back there, the guys trying to grab him, they managed not to actually knock it off the bar. You're able to snatch it back. Ste'yn, can you please give me a deception check?
She didn't deceive anything with what happened.
I mean, her motivation's definitely deceptive.
This is why I was not talking.
You know,
That
in most
is
cases, I'll
a-
give an option.
We'll spam a little bit of guidance. That is a what's that? 26.
Okay. You're walking and talking, and the Peace Watch are nodding along. The man gives a look back towards Beau, but only very briefly, for looking back at you, Ste'yn, as you're talking. And he says, look, you know, they make you sign those waivers for a reason. It's not just because something might happen to you guys in those... Anything involving the Purgers, anything involving things like that, you need to be very careful.
I think we learned a lesson.
Yeah, so can we go now?
Oh, no. We're gonna have to gotta be a little by the books here. And this kind of disruption, we're just gonna give you some time to sit and relax.
Is there like a bench somewhere nearby where we can just go and
I think
sit
they start
like,
escorting us
outside
to
right
the
there?
holding whatever place.
They are.
We're being arrested.
Viola
They just don't want to say it.
Does Viola see a bench nearby?
Oh, there's plenty. There's all kinds of benches and just little booths and things.
Wait, I mean, Beau's memory might not be very good on it because he probably skipped out on that class, but wouldn't Beau and Ste'yn have been given like the protocol on this since they were working in the guard thing for the last like week?
It wasn't like it was actual Peace Watch training, but I mean, maybe you might have heard something. Would Beau try to remember what little
Yes.
what little bit he attended?
Yeah. Could I make history?
You can make an intelligence history check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I know my rights.
Yeah, that's kind of what
We
I'm
don't
going
have the
with.
handbooks anymore.
If
so that-
only someone let her read a handbook.
I tried.
So that is a 7 or an 8. Oh, wait, actually, it can't even be an 8. I don't have proficiency in history. It's just a 7.
Wrong 7.
Wrong 7. Yeah. You're not happy about the situation, but you don't know whether or not it's protocol per se. They sure make
Are
it
you-
sound like it is.
How about
Are
this?
you
I'll give you
sure
this
that's
bottle,
necessary?
and you let us go. He holds out the orc bubbles.
Where did you get that?
The bar,
Did you pay for it?
obviously.
You paid for orc bubbles?
Yes.
What's his face?
Have you never tried orc bubbles? Trying to sound
Ste'yn, you
grumpy
know-
while yelling this.
Bubbles?
It's really
Muffins. I think bubbles is the word you can't say while you're angry.
I want a short of this.
Ste'yn and Viola, just passively, you note his face go a little bit green, and he says, I've tried it before. Not interested. Look, we just need to make sure that you're not going to be a danger. We need to make sure that we do our due diligence. It's very important for the safety of the city and for anyone who may or may not have been wronged in any situation.
What is your due diligence besides having us sit and chill?
I was gonna take a swig of the orc bubble since he turned it down.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Just for one mouthful?
Hey, if it's bad, it's bad.
It's like it's like Malort.
That's an 18.
Okay. Yeah, the second you uncork it and you pop it back, and instant regret. It's like the consistency of it's like a little bit more fluid, but still like, you know, the what's that stuff called? The like, it's like moon sand. It's got that like texture of like grittiness going down your throat, but still liquid. And when you take the bottle out, what remains on your tongue kind of fizzles, almost like pop rocks on your tongue, but it still has like a grittiness, like sand texture. What doesn't get swallowed immediately. It just kind of sits in your mouth, and the taste is like kind of aging milk.
But it's just gonna fake liking it.
Okay, you can give me a deception or a performance check.
All right.
Good stuff.
So that is that's a 19 or it can be higher.
You're good. You don't have to mark your die.
Okay.
Not for them anyway. The others, it would be your passives.
No, passive what?
They look at you. Well, I mean,
Perception.
if it's
Well, it would be
Yeah.
insight, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
Because it's you use insight checks to see if someone's lying or being truthful. So if it's the passive insights, it would have to be a 19.
yeah, passive whatevers, because they're not trying to
Passive
know if
whatevers.
you're lying. You know the one.
It's so
The
fun
guard-
to actually see the passive stats being used. Good job.
Thanks, because the guard looks at you like you're absolutely insane. Are you okay?
I'm great.
And you all can see these little like dark blue specks on his teeth.
Oh, well, he
of,
wasn't
like,
showing
what
off his
remains.
teeth.
I mean, just as you're speaking. I'm not saying you're showing off your fangs or anything. Just as you're speaking, on your teeth, your tongue, or whatever. Just little specks in your mouth. Dark blue and gross. He just nods. Okay.
We find it's best not to question.
How many of them are there?
You have 7 around you.
Oh.
Viola
I think we
had
could
asked
still
what
take
the
them.
Due diligence is.
No.
Come on, Canyon's one of them, and he's gonna beat some thugs on the street.
No. Do you want to get thrown out of the guardianship?
Well,
I don't. I'm here for a reason, and I intend to see that reason through. If you want to get yourself thrown out, do it when you're not associated with us.
If you don't want to be here, take a sabbatical.
You can ask for that. It's in the handbook.
Anyone wants to know that?
Curses! Viola had asked the question. I'm sorry.
She said, what exactly is the due diligence besides sit and chill? Because that's all she's heard so far is that we have to
Netflix
sit
and
and
chill.
chill.
Almost, but not quite.
Almost. What do you mean?
or-
He says we're going to go up to the Champions Ward to the detainment to holding, where you can safely sit away from the crowds. Think of it like a quiet area for you where we can keep an eye out.
Can't we just pay
So
like
you're
a
arresting
fine?
us.
We are going to remove you from this problem.
So you're
Well, we-
arresting us. So we have rights as well as novices of the guardianship. And one of those rights is that if we are being charged with something, we have a right to know what we're being charged with. If you are taking legal action against us, which includes arresting us, we have a right to know what you're doing. So that's why I'm asking you to clarify.
He kind of looks
We
at
also
the
have a right to speak to our captain, as she is the direct authority above us.
Well, we'll be sure to get a hold of her. But
Good,
you
I hope
have
will. What are all of your names, by the way?
Give me your badge number.
I would like your badge number. You're going to make me pull up names for 7 guards, 7 Peace Watch. And
Yep.
now you're going to sit there while I pull up fantasy name generators. This is your punishment.
Well, why don't you just say the one that's talking and we could just fill in the other ones as they are
Sure.
necessary.
His name is Joseph.
Another
Joseph.
Joseph.
Holland. Is there another Joseph? Nice.
Is-
It's a pretty common name.
Isn't
Yeah,
that like
the,
his pendant?
Metal detect thoughts.
Oh yeah.
Joseph! It's
Also,
Joseph come to
yeah.
life.
I don't like this
That's
Joseph as much
right.
as I like Snow's Joseph.
That's fair.
Hopefully this.
I
Joseph
like him.
Can't read Viola.
Suddenly I like him a lot. How about I'll get you a series of names and you can speak to Joseph. He will speak for the others. He is wearing a second brooch, something of a higher status than the others who appear to be taking direction from him. I shouldn't look at Discord while we're playing. But he explains that he says we have reason to believe we're trying to keep things light, but if you insist, we need to confirm strong suspicions that you are causing public nuisance, causing harm to others, and we have to remove you from the situation, from the purported victims, and ensure our knowledge of what happened. And we have people who are there speaking to Miss Rosita and her employees as well.
Well, you will find that no one was harmed. So jot that down first of all.
Somebody is taking little notes up ahead.
Thank you. Good job. I like your handwriting.
He nods. I've worked on it.
Your effort is show-worthy.
Thank you. Now answer his questions. Actually, he looks back. Sir, maybe they shouldn't talk anymore until we get there. Joseph kind of nods in his direction. I will handle it. And he looks to the 4 of you. So you're saying that you have not done what appears to have happened, what they are holding against you?
Well, again, we're still waiting for the charges against us to be very clearly stated.
Causing public nuisance, and attacking a citizen of our city.
Public nuisance is a very vague term. There were a lot of drunks in the Pike who could be charged with the same thing if you're so interested in that.
Yes, we
And
were
yet-
standing there. I mean, still on my shoulders.
I was only on the ceiling because a bunch of them tried to handle me.
I wasn't even over there when anything happened.
We'll have plenty of time to get your statements when we get there. And the man up front who has been taking this down suddenly stops writing, holds his notepad, his paper down, and they continue on in silence. If you're not going to resist further, or is there anything you want to do before you arrive as you are being walked up to
Ste'yn
the
would like
champion
to
ward?
send a message to Captain Nora.
Okay. What would you like to say to Captain Nora?
Help.
Give me
Help!
1 second. No!
Ah.
Ah! It's 25 characters,
It's just
not
25
25 words.
screams.
Ah.
You know, if it's just the one word, it can be that 25 times.
Yes, Nora just gets this huge series of screams in her mind now. She just receives, very calm. Nora, there's a bit of a situation with my friends and I. If you trust us, especially me, please come to the Champions Ward and help us out of this.
Bail us out.
Bail us out of this.
That's 25 words. That's what she gets.
Confirming, because I wrote it down. I
Should
trust
be.
you. I trust you. It's 25 words.
I was counting on my fingers, so I could have been off by value of 5. But I think I got it.
Oh, yeah, it's 30.
Really? Dang it.
So what was cut off? What was the last 5
Come
things?
to the Champions Ward.
Oh no, it's our location?
And. Come to the Champions Ward and.
Oh, that's
That
where
works.
that's where it cut off. Okay.
That's fine.
I thought that's what
Is
didn't
that
get
We'll
to
just say it
go.
was. We'll just say it said, "Come to Champions Ward, please," if you'll allow me to make that correction.
I will. Okay. There's a brief pause. And then a response. You hear you hear I do trust you. And somehow I feel like I will regret that. I'm on my way.
Thanks, Mom.
Please,
Mom, come pick us up.
please be careful and quiet. Thank you.
When she says that
This
she
group
feels like
is
she might
so
regret
good.
trusting them, Ste'yn's face falls a little bit.
Oh no, she didn't mean it like that, Ste'yn. That's
what she
Brenna
said,
having bad
though.
word choice. She really meant it about Beau. She won't take that
Didn't
back.
say it,
She
though.
meant it about Beau.
She said, "I do trust you, and I feel like I'll regret that."
Wow, Brenna sure has all the right words for her NPCs, guys.
You're
Scratching
doing
my,
great, Queen.
my head. Anyway.
After that, Ste'yn will message to Beau that Nora's going to be there and hopefully help us out. If you could tell the others, that'd be great, because I can't do that many more times today, and I'd like to save it.
Fine.
Thank you, you're a real gem.
I would tell the other
Rude.
two.
Okay.
Viola will audibly out loud go, "Oh my gosh, thank you."
The guards give you a look.
I was just praying. Don't worry about it.
At least one of
Sometimes they-
them gives you an even more odd look.
Sometimes the gods speak very clearly in very unusual ways, and when that happens, it is right to give thanks and praise.
Amen.
If you say so.
I do. I just said I did.
She doesn't get like sarcasm and turns of phrase and all that.
I could be sarcastic.
Please don't.
We know. It's all right.
So you are escorted the rest of the way to the not the Inquirer's Ward, the Champion's Ward. That very clean-looking district, and even here, it's decorated and it's festive. You pass by a larger area where there is kind of an events stage there as well, but you are guided away from it towards the familiar detainment area. I believe you've been here before.
Snow
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, Snow wasn't. But the rest of us have.
That's right. You're taken inside. It's fairly emptied in this area. It looks like they only have a couple of the unlucky folks who are on duty in the middle of the day. You're taken back. You're going down a few halls, past some areas where there are cells. And then you are taken downwards. It's not that it's dungeon-esque. It's still kind of
They're
this.
bringing us to the basement to kill us.
They haven't put sacks over our head at
green.
least, so we can see how we're going there.
There you go. You're not
If
as
needed,
much of a
stay and we'll
threat.
duck with Snow.
Snow's head's just like dragging along.
Yeah, it's getting a little
Now
bit.
going
It's
down
getting a
the
little bit tall, Snow.
Chip to piggyback.
He'll just hunch.
He'll just hug around her
Snow
head.
hunches. He likes his perch. He's good.
Ste'yn, how are your shoulders feeling? Like, Snow's not heavy or anything, but, it's still an extra weight up there. How
She
you
carries
doing?
more weight than that with the burdens of her life.
So true, Queen.
Especially since she met us.
Yeah. You continue to carry him. That's fine. He's not super heavy, and you're good.
He's very small.
He's a little guy. So you're taken just down one level. It's another corridor that, it splits. There's also a straight ahead, and you guys continue in. And eventually they stop in front of it is a barred wall on this side. But inside it's just this this long brick room. There's a table in the center. It's got a few stools around it. There are 3 benches on the far side of it. They pull out some keys, unlock the gate door, and motion for you to head inside. The Joseph says, I know it looks a little bleak. I don't know why they built it this way, but there's more space here. It shouldn't feel like a closed-in cage. Just quiet, away from all that's going on up there. And we'll be able to talk a little more peaceably.
We will not be saying anything else until our captain arrives. She should be here shortly.
Thank you,
Guardian.
Joseph.
You're welcome. And you should probably get your names as well. Or I'll get it from your captain.
That was something that you were supposed to have done towards the beginning, Joseph, but I know you haven't been doing this a really long time, so we won't hold it against you.
Kind of eyes you up top.
He just smiles.
So your name then? Look,
Mine?
all of you, yes.
My name is Snow. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Should I? Really?
Maybe
A last
not.
name?
I don't have one.
Well, I don't believe that for a second.
Why? Lots of people don't have last names. She doesn't have last name either. And he points to Viola.
Are you really going to make this difficult? We can get
Do
you
you
out.
want me to-
Out.
I can invent a last name. Smith. I like that name, Smith. Now I have a last name.
And he jots
that
it
make the
down.
Does that make your paperwork better?
It's something, I guess. We'll just have to, if you have nothing to hide, if you're not in actual trouble, if you've not done anything wrong, I don't see why you have to make this difficult for me. But if you're going to, fine. And he turns to you, Viola. And your name, ma'am?
Viola Smith.
And he just lets out this huge sigh. All right, we'll just wait for your captain to arrive then. And he steps out of the cell. Did you all go inside?
I don't know why I'm nodding. I'd go wherever Ste'yn goes.
He's kind of attached to me.
It's really Beau we're wondering about.
Oh.
We're just making sure. How much are you going to
Eventually
fight
go
protocol? Okay. Joseph, who has slowly lost his patience over time, kind of hear him mumble, "They don't pay me enough," and closes.
You're right, they don't pay you enough. I'm very sorry for that.
Have you considered
Deal
quitting?
with all of this.
They don't
Nope.
pay anyone in the guardianship enough, considering the
don't.
amount of work that we put into it. You
Huh.
should ask for a raise.
You should. You advocate for yourself.
If you don't, who will?
Yeah, we'll talk about it amongst ourselves. Let's go. And he kind of snaps his fingers and rallies the others, and they start to walk away. And you guys are left to your devices in this
Oh, they didn't even take our things.
locked room. No, they left you with your belongings.
Good thing, otherwise someone might have actually caught some hands.
You are not under like you're not being held. They're just also
We are.
We kind of are.
being
We're
held.
being
Wait, did he
detained.
actually even?
You are being detained.
Did he lock the door when he walked away? Or
Yes,
did
he
just
locked
close
the
it?
door. No, he locked the door. Click, and he.
And they all just left.
You don't see them at the moment. No.
So is Nora on the way?
She is. She said she's coming.
I was gonna go lockpick the door.
Oh, please, no. I don't want to get in any more trouble.
It's just an option.
No, you saw how we came in here. No way we're getting out of here without getting seen.
I'm sure they
Plus,
have like a
Nora's
back
coming.
door.
To a jail? Most
Yeah.
jails I've been in don't have back doors.
There's all
How?
kinds of exits.
Wait. How many jails have you been in, Snowsmith?
Actually, none. But I say things.
I've noticed.
I thought you were just going to stop after but.
Insight check. Has he been in a jail?
Snow honestly looks a little bit confused that you questioned him, that you would question anything that he says still.
Oh, my insight check was really bad. I got a 12.
Natural 15.
Oh, wow. Oh, I beat it. With my psionic. That's an 18.
Well, natural 15 plus 10.
Oh, I see.
So... or,
But wait. Oh,
Or-
hold on.
yeah. No, I'm way higher than that.
Nora will be here soon. We'll get this figured out. And then we can figure out what to actually do about our lovely friend.
Are you still going to attempt to pick the lock?
Oh, wait for now. But he intends to if they take
For
too long.
now. Okay.
Ste'yn's gonna start ritually casting Detect Magic to see if there's anything at work in the cell or around. So
Yeah.
it takes 10 minutes, but it's something to do.
Yeah. And in 10 minutes, you can see magic emanating off of the locked door. You can see magic along the bars, along the brick, along the floor.
What schools of magic are these things? As Ste'yn takes Snow and investigates them.
Abjuration magic that keeps things locked and things not working with magic. Or rather, it makes things difficult to break through.
Snow will ritually cast Identify on the door, touching the bars to see all the specifics of said abjuration magic.
It's almost
Ste'yn's
like
got a
I really
message,
should
Beau.
have an entire jail, a magical jail cell planned out in advance for my players with Identify and Detect Magic.
You're the one who wanted us to go to jail.
You guys kept asking for a jailbreak, and you know what?
I did
real.
not ask for a jailbreak.
Well, nobody wants to
I wanted
break.
to stay very far away from the jail.
Because we have an out this time. If we didn't have an out, we'd be all for breaking out.
We
Are
don't
you
even know if
taking-
we have an out. Nora hasn't really accomplished much in her time in this campaign.
I trust
Dag
Nora, even if she
nab.
doesn't trust me.
Dag nab.
Nora could even sneak out of that guardianship by herself. You think she could get us out of jail?
She didn't say she couldn't. You
Look,
just offered to help.
She's on Monopoly, get out of jail.
She said she was going to seek us out to help us.
Not to help her get out, to help her
goes
see what was
down.
out there.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see what goes down. We'll see what our options are. If we have to break out, we will.
Mhm.
But it's not the first resort.
Viola's not doing anything until Nora shows up. She's just sitting
Fair.
there until Nora shows up.
Fair.
By the way, Beau, everything's warded.
So,
Some sort of abjuration
he's just saying
magic.
it out loud.
So what, Beau?
And every now and then you hear a whistling far off, like some guard kind of lazily doing their standard patrolling. But they're not in sight of you.
The Snow find with Identify.
You definitely find an arcane lock situation.
Okay.
How are you casting? Are you casting it with your music, your instrument?
No, he's just humming under his breath.
Okay.
He doesn't want to be super loud about it.
Now he wants to be considerate of it.
No, this is called being sneaky.
Uh-huh. That too.
Yes. He's
Um,
proficient in stealth. He just doesn't like being quiet. Doesn't mean he can't.
And so you spent the 10 minutes, right? You're casting. So she spent the 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic.
Mhm.
An additional 10 minutes that you are using to identify like the lock, to which you find the arcane lock. And shortly after, as you're starting to figure out what else is in this room, you realize you haven't heard that whistling in a little bit. Everyone give me a perception check, please.
Wow. That's so high for Snow.
Good for you.
Got a 19.
Okay.
22.
Oh, he was serious.
It's a 25.
Viola just chilling.
18. I
Oh.
said mine first, I think.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I didn't hear it. I think you might have cut out or something.
I thought Viola's like, I'm literally not even looking until Nora gets here.
She's just like huddled in the corner.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty quiet despite, not despite, it's pretty quiet other than you hear Snow humming this lovely little tune, as he's casting his Identify. But you do hear very soft, as if purposeful, very soft footsteps that are approaching your room, so to speak.
From what direction?
From like the entrance, like where you had come from.
So we can't see it right now, but it's coming from down the hall.
Yes.
Beau is going to send Claude through the bars, and then he's going to look through Claude as he flies off that direction.
Okay. Claude, the celestial bat.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
but
one.
he is still a bat, right? Like he's still an animal, right? As a
Well,
familiar.
he's not an animal. He would register as a celestial. So he's not a beast.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, you pull out Claude, and you let him go fly, and you're looking through his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Going through his senses.
Okay. He goes out and with his poor bat eyes, you can see through him. There is someone cloaked who is like walking on their like tiptoes almost, approaching every now and then, briefly glancing behind, but the person stops as there's Claude himself is not invisible. Yeah, he's just a bat floating about, right?
Yeah.
Making sure I understand.
He's not trying
Okay.
to have him fly over him, though. He just wants it to see who it is and then flying back.
Okay. Just like does a loop and then goes back?
Well, it would be just go there, come back. He's not like looping around, floating around the thing.
No,
and
but I
coming
mean,
back.
but he is going down the hall and coming back, or he's just going
Yeah.
out of the door to look and then coming back in?
So he's gonna see what it is and then come back.
Okay. Yeah, he goes out, sees a humanoid figure approaching, cloaked, seems to be like kind of tiptoeing hurriedly. He goes back in.
All right, now Beau's gonna do the lockpick on the door.
Okay. You can attempt it.
All right.
Oh, what are you doing?
There's somebody coming in a cloak. I'm gonna let the door
Oh,
be open.
goodness.
Than anything else.
Are the
And
bars
it's-
big enough that Viola can stick her head through?
No, not her whole head.
Don't get your head stuck, please.
Just-
Now, do you have butter in the bag of holding?
He'll use the orc bubbles.
Here, some bacon grease.
Oh, that's right! Doesn't Lear owe you some bacon grease?
So that's
She made
a,
us dinner.
Oh, yeah,
We
that's
have
right. she
lantern
did.
oil.
so that's a dirty
know?
20 or 24.
Okay. You don't have to mark your die, but you realize nothing. Like you start to maneuver your lock picking tools into this lock, and it is not jimmying right. And soon after,
Yeah, there's an arcane lock on it, so it's gonna be super hard to actually open it that way.
but it doesn't take long before the humanoid figure reaches your. We'll just call it a cell, but it's definitely not a cell.
Right. Right. Just like other things have definitely not been other
Just a
things.
room made of walls with bars.
Only the front is bars, and you have 3 nice wooden benches and 4 stools, and there's some ceramic mugs that are sitting on this little tabletop in the center that I probably should have described to you, but those are there.
It's okay. Enough about the
They
jail
exist.
cell. Tell us about the figure.
And a rat scurrying across the floor.
No rats. There are no rats, but there's a bat until it's gone. But the figure slows down as it gets to the cell. You see gloved hands reaching towards the hood of this cloak, holding it down. The figure is tall, seems very slender, has kind of a feminine form.
Beau's readying a knife.
I was gonna
Okay.
say or no until you said feminine.
What a great time this would be to bring Arno back. Can I change my notes?
Do the gloves look familiar in any way?
Give me an intelligence. Did you?
She saw some gloves very clearly in a dream once, and that's
You
sort of what I'm
did. You can give me
wondering.
an intelligence. You and Snow can give me an intelligence check.
Just
Or
straight intelligence.
history. It can be history. I don't mind.
No different for me, but might be for Snow.
Fair.
Ooh. That is a 21 with some guidance.
Okay.
A natural
Did you say 9?
one.
Oh, natural 1.
I heard
No!
natural.
I heard natural, and I was so hoping it was not a natural one. That's okay. It was probably pretty dim light the last time Snow saw these gloves, but Ste'yn, you've not seen these gloves. They don't look familiar like some nice, supple, new leather gloves. They definitely look pretty aged, form-fitting. They're not cut off. They're entirely covering the hands. But as the figure peeks around and pulls the hood back ever so slightly, you see it does still catch on something underneath and above this feminine figure's dark hair. And you can now see a reddish face, kind of reddish eyes, and there's a gentle kind of glitter to her skin as you look at a tiefling on the other side of the bar that Snow met one time. Her name is Emil. Her garb is covered by the rest of the cloak.
I mean, I think
as
we
she
all met
looks
her.
in.
Yeah.
Did you all meet Emil?
Yeah, she served
Yeah,
us
she
in the
was-
night of the bar fight.
Oh, why did I think
Yeah.
only Snow met her?
Snow
Whoops.
talked to her the next day after that, but we all met her.
Gotcha. Well, there you
Snow
go.
was the first person to meet her,
Okay.
but everyone had seen.
Oh no, it broke up again. Hold on. Wait. We have to wait for your.
I was just that Snow was the first one to meet her, is what he was saying.
Okay. Oof. Give it half a second. Yay! There he is. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I thought only Snow had actually met her. Fair enough. Snow waves and says hello. And she will give a small wave back. She's looking back around her shoulder and then looking back at you four. She looks sad in general to see you four down here. She also seems to look a little bit, she looks tense, which makes sense, but
I mean, Beau still has a knife drawn.
also that. Although she doesn't seem as nervous about that in particular.
Emil, what are you doing here?
Out with it.
Sorry, we're in a bit of a tense situation. Speak.
I know. It seems you've gotten yourself into some trouble. I wish you hadn't. Why did you confront her like that?
We didn't know for sure. And in confirming, perhaps made some errors in judgment.
That was a very bad idea.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Wait, why are you talking like you already know?
Look, if you can help her, that would be ideal. You can't confront her. It won't do you any good. But if you can help her, you'd save all of us. If anything happens to her, we won't have anywhere to go. She helped all of us. That's why we help her.
I think I need a little bit more about what this help has been.
Well, and she looks back again, like she looks very nervous to keep talking. But she says, Rosita took us all in. All of the barmaids and all of the bar lads. We're all the same. We're all like this. She touches her skin. She seems to like rub at it a little harder as if she were able to wipe something away, but nothing comes off. And she says...
They're all tiefling?
No. No, not all tiefling. But... all feral. They all found a way. Hold on, the camera's breaking up again. Or the microphone's breaking up.
Continue.
I think he's saying continue. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, he's back though.
Okay. She says, she took us in when we had nowhere else to go. All of us were running from something. But you know how we would be treated. The others, they wanted to look more like they belonged in the light. Like they belonged with any one of you. But I didn't want all that. I wanted to still be something like who I am. Even if I would get looks and harsh words. That's why I work in the nights, so that I can get less of that. But I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what changed. I don't know exactly when she started asking some of us to keep secrets and... The point is, you need to get out of here. You can't stay. After what you did, you have to get out of the city. You have to leave. That's the only way you're going to survive.
What are you worried will happen if we don't leave?
Apparently she thinks we're going to die.
And she nods.
Have you seen Rosita kill someone?
She doesn't answer. She just lowers her eyes.
How many, other than the barmaids and bar lads, does Rosita have under her thumb? Or is it just you?
I don't know. I don't know. She doesn't talk to me as much. When I didn't agree to do what she wanted with my appearance, it seemed like I was still a lesser. But the others were willing to change their looks altogether. They look nothing like they used to. And those are the ones that she kept up front. Those are the ones that she maybe trusted more. All I know is that she mentions that she has control, that she owns the whole city, that she could do whatever she wants. Money is no object to her. But there's maybe other people who do what she wants somewhere outside of the city.
Has she mentioned any places?
Did you bring the keys to this cell? If you want us out of the city, did you just come here to tell us to get out? Or did you bring something?
I don't know what to do. I just wanted to warn you.
She's doing what she can.
I'm just wondering what she brought.
It's a fair question.
Just to give you this information, to tell you, you're friendly. She looks at you, Snow. I'm sure you can find a way out. You can sweet talk the guards. Do something. But as soon as you're out of here, get out of the city. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Just go somewhere far away.
Don't worry, Neil. I've talked my way out of worse situations than this.
Where is she?
Did
Where is her
Razia-
house?
Her house?
I assume
don't
she
think I've
doesn't
ever-
sleep at the Pike, or does she?
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen her leave, except to run errands around the city, or to have us do it.
Is Darian all right?
Yes.
He wasn't there at the Pike this afternoon.
No, he handles matters all across the city.
And he doesn't
He
know.
owns the establishment.
How
She's
much
just
does
a face.
he know of what she does?
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah. I like those. That is a... We're going to use inspiration to reroll that, because that's bad.
Well, use it before you roll it, inspiration, not after.
Okay.
No.
Huh?
And that's a 17. I used the roll from before.
A 17 is bad?
That's bad?
What?
Look! There's a chance to roll better and get information.
It could have been a 47.
First day
Obviously,
and
I'm
it's
going to
bad.
roll again.
I thought it was going to be like this low digit, single digit.
I thought it was going to be less than 10. I was like, well, that was bad. Okay.
Fair, she rolled a 7 on the dice, and then it was 3 with guidance plus 7 for her modifier. So
For plow. Okay. She continues to look very uncomfortable, but she says, I don't know exactly, but I imagine he knows a lot, since they are together. They're
see.
married, the two of them, or whatever it is they do where they come from.
is he also feral?
She nods. They were trying to run, both of them. They were running from something terrible from where they are from.
Where are they from? Where are you from?
They're from Pio. And there's war always happening over there. Whatever she
see.
saw,
So-
whatever she had to deal with was enough to make her make some kind of deal with something. Something
Someone.
awful. Someone.
While they're talking, Beau's going to try the lockpicks again on the door.
Okay. You can try the lock again. Roll with disadvantage this time.
Okay.
So, in the time that you worked for Rosita, was she... You mentioned before something changed, so this wasn't always the case. You knew her before she made some kind of deal?
I don't know if I think she always, for as long as she's been here in the city, that she has always had this thing with her, but
Sure.
maybe something in their deal has changed.
That can happen.
Wait, so
She
am
seems
I... Oh, sorry.
hurried.
But am I... Because, I mean, if I know more about the lock, why am I rolling at it worse than if before? Because I know it has an arcane lock on it.
That doesn't, I mean, it's...
I mean, But I'm just wondering why now it's a disadvantage. Because if it was the condition of his lockpicks, he would have mended them beforehand.
Mainly just it's.
But I don't think
It's
arcane
being
lock says
barriered.
disadvantage.
I know. No, it doesn't. I just like it.
All right.
Lockpicking's not the way, but you can try. I don't want to take away your chance to try.
Well, yeah, because you can lockpick an arcane lock.
Yeah, it's just a lot more difficult.
All right.
Would
Well,
Viola
this one
have
didn't work.
heard of anything happening in Pio when she was in that area across the pond right there, or across the whatever that is?
You can roll a
pond?
history check.
It's a 10.
You know generally that Pio is pretty isolated, not in its physical boundaries, but the people, like it's not a place people go to vacation or travel to. It's generally what you know about it. She does say also, she says, I'm sorry that I don't have more to help with you to get out of this. She kind of flicks the bars a bit, but there shouldn't be too much trouble if you do get these bars open. These guards tend to like to celebrate as much as anybody else. So it's pretty empty down here.
Then do you want to go get a set of keys from them?
I could try. She looks very nervous, but she kind of looks for confirmation from the others as well. Because
There's no harm in trying, is there? Worst they'll do is say no.
Well, I wasn't saying ask them for it. I was saying take it from them.
You know, trying to
Just
help
see
a
if
girl
there's
out.
some laying around.
They might be hooked somewhere.
Yeah, at the very least, could you find out where the keys are? If they are on a hook or if they're on someone's belt? If they are on someone's belt, can you let us know who?
okay. Okay. And she scoots away, back down the hall. So all you hear are her little feet tiptoeing away.
So do we want to wait for Nora to get here?
I'm surprised she's
before
not
leaving?
already here.
No, I don't think we should wait for Nora.
I think we need to apparently try to find a way out of here. Let's see if there's something. The lock's not. Have you had any luck picking that lock?
No.
Viola will walk over to one of the normal walls and just start like pushing around on all the, I'm guessing it's stone, to see if there's any loose stones or something.
Okay. Yeah, just feeling around. You don't feel anything particularly loose. Not something that you'd be able to like, you know, bust a way out through the wall.
Wonder
Sorry.
if we could bend the bars, break the bars.
How?
Viola will walk over and try to give it a tug.
I love this.
Hey.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
I still have inspiration from forever ago, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it.
Okay.
It's a 21.
Okay. You start pulling at bars on the cell. It kind of feels like if you spent like a year of just constant pulling, like, man, you are gonna jimmy that thing out of place.
If we're getting out today, this is not the way.
Alright, how about this? What if we made it seem like one of us gone out and we made a ruckus and bring a guard in?
I think that would be
What
a
if
better idea.
Snow turned invisible and we said he got out and we can't find him? We think he disappeared somewhere in the cell, so they have to come in and look for him.
Fake an emergency.
So first off, you're not going to be the one saying it. No offense.
I know. I'm not saying
So-
anything or acting anything out ever. I'm just here for bouncing ideas around.
Well, Snow,
we
how
love you
good are
for
you at picking pockets? Because we would have to swipe the key potentially off of him.
I'm not terrible at it.
We shouldn't do anything until Emil comes back because I'd hate for her to get caught in the middle of whatever kerfuffle happens.
And it would be useful to know where the keys are
Exactly.
before we begin anyway. So
If she
we
can
come up with
find
some
it.
plans.
Alright, so once we get out of here, what's the plan?
that's where I think Nora would be very helpful.
I think we need to talk to Nora.
We don't know
I
where
know we
she
have different
is.
levels of trust. I can find her.
But if we wait, she will be here soon.
Yeah, she's on her way.
Allegedly.
She trusts us.
Allegedly.
I trust her.
I'm not saying she's
it.
not trying. I'm saying if the situation's like Emil's making it seem, she can only be jumped or being stopped.
This is true. But I
So
do
we'll
think we
wait
should try to
a
find
little
her.
While. We won't wait a long while. What time of day is it? It's like only noon or something, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
ooh,
early
yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah. Probably would not kill us in the middle of the day. So we have a little bit of time that we could wait.
I agree. Snow, do you mind if I put you down for a little while? You are getting a tad heavy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
My mind went to like when you put a cat down.
Just
For a
drop
half
him. he'll
second, mine
figure
did
it
too.
Ste'yn
Half a
bends
second, I
down
was
to
like,
let Snow climb
"Oh."
off. You ever want to perch again? You can. But
Thank you.
Okay, and if we get Nora, what's the plan with her?
talk to her about what's going on, and if she can help us either get out or give us an idea of what to do. We're in
Yeah,
over
she-
our heads.
She
Well,
would help us be able to. She would be a lot of help in hiding and getting to a safer location.
I'm not
Yes.
hiding. We're just gonna go kill Emil. Or not Emil. What's her face? It'd be really awkward if Emil just got back.
I
Oh.
found the key.
Oh, okay.
Killer.
I'm helping you guys. Plotting my death behind my back.
Folk can only handle so many names at once.
The fact that he got it right is impressive. in
We
and of
did it.
itself.
Honestly-
He got a name right.
That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good for Beau.
Even if we have the chance to kill Rosita, though,
I don't think we can take her right now. Not with the number of people she seems to have under her control. And we don't
That-
know how strong she is.
wouldn't
Yeah,
it
we
be
would need to
better
get her alone.
get rid of whatever condition she's under? Because it's not truly
It's n-
Rose.
Well, we
Yeah, I
talked
don't
to the
think.
person before. That stupid moon person said, you have to let me in.
Mosine.
Whoever is going around going in people,
And
it's
all of
willingly,
us
not
Ste'yn,
against the will.
please roll a charisma saving throw. And Viola, please roll a charisma saving throw.
Wait,
Great.
so
I'm
just
so
those
good
two?
at these.
Those two.
Okay.
That is a 7.
Okay. Ste'yn.
That's a 10.
Girl.
Okay. Carry on. I'm sorry, I cut off your rant. So sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It was a good one. I'm so sorry.
Don't. Whatever her face is, she's a volunteer with that stupid fiend.
You think Rosita's volunteering for this?
Yeah, she signed up. The
She
thing made it very
probably-
obvious in order for it to do anything with Ste'yn, she would have to voluntarily give it control.
Probably was voluntary, but that being said, killing Rosita wouldn't be, it wouldn't really fix anything because Mosine is just in however many other people.
Ste'yn, please make another charisma saving throw. Snow, please make a charisma saving throw.
24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24.
Do I have advantage?
That's a natural 20.
Harm effect.
Yes.
Thank goodness. 18.
Okay, carry on.
I'm assuming that we're not perceiving anything happening. Okay.
I don't like it.
Alrighty.
Wait.
Well,
even if
Rosita's in
she's-
on it, do we think Darian is in on it too, or no?
It sounds
I mean,
like he is.
Yeah, if they're married, probably.
Even if, yes, I believe he would be in on it.
Such a shame. They were very nice. I liked both of them.
Sadly, you can't judge people by the way they always act, by the way they seem to act.
Was it Rosita that was delivering tea, or was it somebody else?
Are you asking us? It was Emil asking Snow to deliver tea to the keep.
But we saw someone delivering tea at the keep. I just don't remember who.
No,
Oh,
Emil
when we-
got Rosita to ask Snow to deliver tea to the keep at one point.
Yeah.
Well, we did see someone else at the keep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a conversation with somebody.
I
It
just don't
may have
remember who
been.
it
And that was Emil, wasn't it?
It was
Yeah,
either
that was
Emil or
Emil.
Rosita.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the image that I was using in that edit. And it was, yeah, it was Emil.
Okay, never mind then.
I wonder what's in that tea. Anyway, is Emil coming back?
As you guys are finishing up this conversation, you hear very hurried footsteps this time round, and you see as Emil comes as quickly as you can run while also sort of tiptoeing, looking behind her, and she comes up to the bars, and in her hand there is a ring of keys that she shoves into whoever is closest. She
Beau would
shoves it into
take
their
it.
hands, into your hands. And
Wow, good job.
she just says, "I have to go," and she runs back.
Be
Thank
safe.
you.
All right. Beau's gonna unlock the door.
Give me a dexterity check.
That is, if it's just dexterity, it's dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah. You find the key. It's kind of an awkward angle going around with this key and lock, and you manage to just find the spot, clock it open. The bar cells will move free.
All right.
All right. Where are we going?
Let's head out and see if Nora's around. If she's not in the immediate vicinity, I'll call her
Well,
again.
how are we heading out?
Yeah.
Give me a
that's-
perception check, everyone.
Hey.
Oh.
21.
19.
16.
24.
Did Ste'yn get the lowest perception?
Yeah, she did.
Snow has never gotten higher than Ste'yn on perception.
This is a moment. Whew.
Weird day. I don't like it.
This has been a weird
This is
day.
what happens when we get arrested.
Bad vibes.
I'll make sure
Diane's
you get
lawful
arrested again.
nature is just like, what is going on?
I perceive nothing except I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble, but I'm not supposed to care about the rules, but I'm in trouble.
Is this fun yet?
So much fun.
You hear in the distance, in the direction you came in, and in the direction that Emil ran in, you hear these raised voices. If you got over a 20, you can hear just the kind of faint echoes that seem to be leaving your direction. You hear shouts of, "Get that feral! They're no good!" And you hear people, there's some commotion and some running.
Viola's gonna take off in that direction because she doesn't want Emil to get in trouble after she just helped us.
Viola, we have other things.
I don't want to. She just helped us. It's not fair for them to treat Emil like
Well,
that.
from the sounds of it, she's going to be unemployed and homeless and going to be in a lot worse spot than a jail cell, potentially.
Viola's still going.
Okay. Yeah. Viola books it down
Beau's
the
following
corridor.
after her.
Okay.
I guess we're going.
All right. You guys run down the hall. It was a pretty straightforward path. They weren't hiding you far in. You go up the stairs. You still don't see anyone. It seems as if whatever direction or wherever they've gone, they're far enough ahead. They're not in this, first bit of halls. You get back out to the main area. You don't see them as it opens up into the outside where, again, festivities are happening. There's a few... some parts of the crowd seem a little bit jostled, kind of chittering amongst themselves, look a little harried in a certain direction, but you can't see where they exactly ran off to.
We see Nora in the crowd anywhere.
Let's see, how much time has gone by?
Is anybody looking at us? If there's a
Been at
crowd.
least 30 minutes
Yeah.
or more.
Yeah, it's
Where was
30,
she,
40
in
minutes.
fact? Give me another perception check. We'll see what you notice.
That's another 24.
13.
Wow.
dirty 20.
13 as well.
Okay. You all kind of see some eyes falling on you. They don't seem as upset. They don't seem like they're out to get you. You kind of get you can kind of tell what direction, very generally, those guards might have run off after a meal. But before you can go, you also do spot, heading in your direction, the kind of telltale blue armor, boots, and the white hair pulled back of your captain, kind of looking around and approaching the detainment, seeing the four of you, and this weird mix of both relief and confusion and some other secret third thing of not sure.
Nobody tell Nora that we just broke out of jail. Maybe tell people that.
It's not needed an explanation. Well, actually, mine doesn't work. But
It
anyway.
doesn't.
If Beau wants to reiterate
But it's
that.
just going in Nora's direction.
Nora.
Hello. We need to get somewhere safer than here.
Yes, and fast.
Give
Chomp
me
chomp.
something.
I think he's
What's
gonna
going
push her on.
We have information about what's going on here in the Guardianship, and it is perilous in very many degrees, but we cannot speak freely of it here, for who knows who is listening with their eyes and ears all over.
All right. And without another word, she has you follow her. There is, those people in the cities that like pull people along in those little cart things, and they're like riding it. She is able to grab a couple of those and get you guys moving like faster through the city. But you are going in the direction of, you're kind of taking these back ways that are still heading south towards the Rising Gate, and in the direction of the Rally District, away from where more of this commotion and people are. Unless there's anything you want to say to her before you get there. Otherwise, we will get y'all over to her home.
Oh, we're going all
I
the way to her
request a
house.
quick 2 or 3 minute break.
Yes, we can do that. Before you guys have your commiseration with Captain Nora, we will take a quick break, give you guys a minute to get some water, get a little food, use the restroom, and we'll get back to wherever this session was going. That was the secret 15th thing that I didn't plan for. We'll be right back.
We're back.
Welcome back, everybody. Delightful to see you again. So, hope you enjoyed your drink break, your potty break, your food break. Because the players and the characters get no breaks. It's not even a short rest on this. You're so tense. It's not even a short rest. But I will say, as you are going, Ste'yn, you do note that while there's little conversation, I imagine, happening, unless you guys are kind of talking amongst yourselves, nothing of importance. But Ste'yn, you do notice that Nora seems also to be a little bit sluggish looking, maybe a little pale. She looks a bit tired, a bit worn, and maybe needs more sunlight. Maybe she's not been out and about with the festivities and the preparations.
How similar does she look to Cynthia's state?
She doesn't look, maybe not as bad, actually.
But similar symptoms, similar.
Yeah, a little similar.
Could wonder if they might have the same issue or something.
It might cross your mind.
Okay. Just making sure I'm actually connecting some of the right thoughts, maybe.
There's, wrong answer, right math. Or other way around. You know?
Wrong math, right.
Yeah.
Right answer.
Right answer, wrong math. Perfect.
Things. Stuff. This has been my comfort. I've been holding on to this very tight, so apologies to future David. If you hear tapping, that might be me. So you guys get to the rally district. It is definitely quieter, but it is still decorated rather festively. It's more filled with residents, people who are not in any kind of like authority position, but with Peace Watch kind of scattered about. You get to the kind of command residences back in front of her home, and she quickly sends off those sprinters. They ran the whole way. I was gonna change it and be like, yeah, they stopped and got a horse, and now I don't feel like it. They ran the whole way, and she paid them.
They're just marathon
accordingly.
runners.
Yeah, they're very, very lithe, very lean. Maybe a little bulkier in the arms, but she sends him off. Invites you. She invites you all inside. She holds the door open for you all to come in. I'll join her.
We go in.
Okay.
Is anyone else home?
You ask that as you're all coming in. Beau, are you stepping right inside?
He was following behind everyone.
Okay. Can you please make me what was it, a Constitution saving
Yeah, it
throw?
was Constitution before.
Can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Speaking of saving throws, was Viola supposed to make any more charisma saving throws?
Would
Yes,
you like
please.
to?
I got a nat 20.
Well, I'm
Excellent.
assuming my 7 was not a passing one. I'm not 100% sure though. Ooh, that one is that's a 6. So I'm gonna guess that one's not either.
Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the time that would have gone by. It'd be about now, so okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you all come inside. Beau, as you're coming in, you feel the hair on like the back of your neck like stand on end. This jittering feeling, but you pass through the door and you're back in Nora's spacious living room with some inviting couches and table, but you do see it's a little messier than it was, just in that there's like some dishes about that were not picked up, and there's a blanket that's kind of haphazardly sprawled on one of the sofas. And she responds to you, Snow. She says, it's just me right now. And you four. And some great, exciting elephant in the room. She closes the door behind you all, invites you to sit. What is going on?
Well,
Snow will ritually cast Tiny Hut while the conversation is going.
Okay. I want to know where this is going. Okay, go for it.
We need to kill the Blue Hound Tavern wench.
not necessarily, but it's possible. So there's a presence of
I don't know why I keep forgetting Rosita's name.
The blue hand wench.
She seems to be likely possessed by a fiend, and we don't know for how long or anything like that, but we know she has many people working under her. She has the whole of the Wild Pike, as in its barmaids, bar lads, her husband Darian, working for her aim and her goals. They are all, by the way, ferals, who have disguised themselves to look as they please. And
Except Emil.
except Emil. Emil chose to keep some of her more feral features. She's proud of who she is, as she should be. And
Can all of you give me an insight check, please?
gladly.
Natural 1.
Stop it.
Got a 6.
18.
Wait. Well, not mind.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. A 6, an 18, a 20. I'm sorry, Snow, what did you get?
Nat 1.
That's right. I'm sorry. I did not mean to ask that like it was like me being rude.
Way to pour
I'm
salt
so
in the
sorry.
room.
My friend distracted me, my friend who I am keeping a little bit of an eye on, and she distracted me with a text message. I'm putting my phone away now. Okay. Yeah. Ste'yn and Viola, as you explain this, Ste'yn, you see an immediate reaction from Nora that looks incredibly perturbed at the idea of someone like it doesn't make sense. There's confusion at first at how you could not know someone is a feral or someone is not who they appear to be, but like not with standard, whatever. And then you notice for sure there's like a perturbed look at this idea. Like she's very upset at this idea. She doesn't say anything though. She lets you continue.
I know, we were very shook and upset at the news as well. It was not what we expected to learn when we chose to talk to Rosita about the jewelry and trinkets she's been making and handing out that are protected from divination magic and seem to have a sort of effect, possibly, on people.
Ste'yn mentioned that, Viola will get out the ring from her pocket or wherever. She didn't put it back on, and hold it out for Nora to see.
I forgot you still had that. We should really put that in the bag of holding.
Ugly thing,
Should.
isn't it?
It's just quite ugly.
Viola will
Dang.
hold it out. If Nora wants to take it, she'll give it to Nora. But if Nora doesn't go to take it and look at it, then she'll hand it to Snow.
Nora will take it to see what you're talking about.
Be careful, they do have some sort of magic effect on them, similar to some other things we've found.
Yeah, it'll give you memory issues, just like the blood rubies.
And those are all over the city.
I don't
by
think
the
it's
way.
just memory issues. Everyone that's been collapsing and being exhausted also has that.
I mean, I'm sure there's more. But
Oh, yes. And those are all over the city, whether it be a ring, a pendant, a trinket, a hairpin, a thimble.
you should
There
make
are
sure,
hundreds of
saying
them.
that there aren't any here.
Does
You
detect
can.
magic still work with magics that are immune to identity? Oh, I can find divination.
Well, not for that, but
Yeah, if
it'd
it's
still be
Yeah, because
useful.
Beau did
yeah.
detect
I was gonna
magic
say,
on that
someone tried
ring.
it on it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if there's anything else to be found,
True.
But maybe we can go snooping through the house.
Ste'yn will start ritually casting detect magic as she continues to explain things, letting her explanation be the verbal component for it, and talking about it as needed.
Is that a thing?
I don't think
I don't know.
it is.
It says it's-
I feel like you probably want to do one and then the other.
So,
That's fine.
Like
You
finish your
can-
explanation and then
you can talk while you perform a ritual. You can
Yeah,
do
that's what I
other
meant.
things,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't
This-
be the vocal component.
That's more what I meant.
This feels like a conversation you might want to pay attention to. I feel like it might be trickier to try and explain this situation and try to cast. But if there isn't much more to say, she could cast it immediately or begin casting immediately after.
And we were warned by Emil, who's not following Rosita, by the way. If you see her, she
Potentially, anyway.
is
We shouldn't just
potentially.
immediately say she's in the clear.
Wasn't saying she's definitely in the clear. She did come and get us out of there and inform us of most of this.
And you broke out of prison.
Well, actually,
Technically, were we even arrested? They
I
weren't very
don't
clear on
know.
that. That was a whole other situation.
and we didn't break out. We just kind of walked out. We didn't break anything.
We didn't break anything, actually, no.
Now you want to be particular with your words.
Yes.
But Emil says that we need to get out of the city or we will be killed.
Yeah, she
Your
said
life's
Rosita
been
has
threatened.
killed.
Yes, our lives have been threatened.
So you're saying Rosita is a fiend?
She's being
Possessed by one.
possessed by a fiend. She's a feral possessed by a fiend. Because she's part
did
of
she-
some cult thing.
It sounds absurd, I know.
It does. You know what
Does
a
it?
pharaoh looks like. There's telltale signs.
Magic is powerful.
Yes, but any
it's not.
magic that's going to hide appearance isn't going to last so long as.
All right, we're focusing on the wrong thing here. How about we focus
Right.
on what we're doing about killing Rosita?
I don't think killing Rosita would solve the problem.
It's a
Because-
start.
It might make you feel better, but let's not jump to conclusions that way. You'll get yourself in worse trouble. The problem with attacking her, if rumors spreading around rapidly are true, the problem with that is she's well loved in the city.
She is. She's done a good job of establishing herself as a well-liked, well-loved, much-needed individual in the city.
We just
Well,
saw
they
what
can
happened
cry
if you
about
tried
her
to
later.
attack her, let alone try and kill her.
And what would you do if you did succeed in killing her, Beau? What would you do next?
Make
Run?
sure all... No, why would I run? I'd
You
be
have
doing
an
a
entire
public
city.
service.
Who will believe you?
I don't know yet.
We don't
Alright,
know
and if
how
they don't
far the
believe
network
you,
spreads.
precisely.
There
We
could
also
be
don't
figures in
need to make it
authority.
clear we killed her. I just said we need to
We-
figure out how we're doing it.
Why are we jumping straight to death?
She would
It's more
probably be-
productive than talking about how they don't look like fowls.
Beau, it would probably be more useful to have her alive anyway. She knows things.
No,
Does.
she's just gonna switch back to the Fiend, and the Fiend's not gonna care.
Fiend might care. Fiend has an interest in me.
In you?
The Fiend has an
Yes.
interest in possessing you, not telling you things.
I don't know. I could be convincing.
Sure.
Mm.
Um,
I
As you guys are
believe
having-
that there are others in the guardianship who have made deals with the Fiend as well, and it has not gone well for them, such as Kalain, and perhaps even Ziva.
Lane.
Did I not tell you about the
Yes, you.
dream I
wait.
had? I saw her
Oh,
death, and I saw a
right,
conversation
right.
she had
You did.
regarding, yes. If Ste'yn needs to
There's
re-explain
been a
that,
lot
then she will.
happening. There's been so much going on in the city. And she pauses and while you're finishing explaining, and she's looks like she's trying to put something together and rubbing her head, and more of that fatigue is kind of showing through.
Is Nora sitting down, or is she standing up?
She's been standing.
Ste'yn's going to try and usher her into a chair the more tired that she looks. It's been a lot to process. Do us a favor and take a seat.
No,
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
No, you're not.
I-
Sit.
Excuse me.
Please, I've seen enough people pass out lately.
Yes, I don't need all that. And she will sit, but she's sitting on the edge of the seat and still looking very tense. And she just says, I haven't been sleeping very well lately.
Why is that?
Cynthia's the same way.
She is.
Just there's just been so much going on with the festival, and
dreams?
oh, you could say that. I'd rather stay awake, and well, in all honesty, I didn't put much stock in it, but over the course of time before the festival began, I needed answers. And the only way I could imagine I could get more answers was to get... How do I explain it? Don't be upset. I didn't say more than I had to. But I did need Captain Elikin's assistance. I didn't
Okay.
explain further.
I mean, he's your husband.
I'm trying to respect that you were involved in where we went and you asked not to say anything.
We understand, it's alright. How did he assist you? How did he help you?
Part of what he does with the guards is go into these bands of dark. They find things, they find information. And I figured he had something, anything that could be useful. And there was one thing I was able to get my hands on. She says, "Wait here," and she goes upstairs. She's upstairs for a few minutes. She comes back down, and she's holding a small... It looks like a small book. It's kind of got cracked leather binding. Any kind of wording on it is long faded, long scratched away, worn away over time. And as she brings it to you, it looks pretty simple. It looks pretty plain. And she sits again and kind of holds it out so you can all see it. She opens the pages, and most of them are torn and kind of crumpled. Any writing on there is long, like smudged and worn away. But there's a couple of pages and a couple of spots that seem to have something on it. And she says, all I could get from this was just something about... It seemed like an old worship journal, perhaps, or something... I don't know, it looked handwritten. I couldn't tell you what it's really about or who wrote it or anything, but it sounds like worship. And she points to one spot where there's like half a sentence of some scribbled writing.
What language?
So you see immediately it's not in common. It's written in Infernal. As she starts saying this one line, it's like half a line, and it just says, or she just says, to her worship. She flips again to something else, another spot, and points to another broken part of a page. And it says something like, offering blood, the like.
Is this you translating it, or is this you understood it and this is what was legible?
She kind of rubs at her eyes again. What do you mean?
Like, do you know this language, or were you cross-referencing it with another book on translating it?
I just read it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you know the language it's written on.
She looks at it. Yes?
Does that look
Is
like
it not-
common to you?
She looks at it again. Oh. I must have... I'm sorry, it's... Like I said, I haven't been sleeping well. I must have taken a note somewhere. I might have left it upstairs. And Ste'yn, you can kind of tell she looks like she's kind of catching fatigue pretty quickly.
Well, that's exciting. You know, you have a new skill you didn't know about. It's always fun to learn.
What skill? I don't have a skill.
Can I see the book?
Never mind. She hands
So
it to
your
you.
husband gave this
Right.
book to you? You asked for answers and he was like, here, read this?
Not exactly. He may or may not know that I have it.
Ooh, fun. Okay. So did he tell you anything? Useful.
He didn't. I just needed
Yeah.
to get to where he was. There's another district where the gods sort of have an outpost before they go out. It's called the Brute District. But to get there, you do need permission. And he at least gave me that much. I did the rest.
So generous.
So,
Laura, do you have any more tea? The kind that wakes you up a little bit.
Yes, I had some. I thought it might help.
Would you like some more?
No, I'm fine. I
I think
shouldn't
she
have
just
too
needs
much.
actual sleep.
Yes, which I will get soon enough. But it sounds like
Great. So what's our
this is just what
actual
I
plan?
found. You said you need to get out of the city?
Well, we're not doing that.
We hide here.
For how
in your
long?
living room.
I
Well, we're
would be-
definitely not going anywhere tonight, I don't think.
No, we'll stay here in the hut. Which is done, by the way. You are
Yeah, it's
all
probably
in it.
done. You are in the hut. So your plan is to hide from some supposed fiend in the well-loved barkeep.
It's
in
not the
my
first
living
time we've
room.
encountered this fiend. We encountered him in a different person before.
Right.
We don't plan to stay here long. Just
No,
perhaps the night,
I-
like Snow said.
I'd be happy to have you stay if I thought it would do you any good. I
Thank you.
do have wards up around my home, so there is some protection.
This is probably more. No offense. to your
No,
wards.
please. I can only do so much.
So first off, we have to stay here at least until tomorrow. And then we do need to decide next course of action. I think finding out more information would be good, and now we do have a whole list of people who might be knowing things.
Agreed, and if we're going to go anywhere, I vote we go to Bull Swamp.
That was my thought too. If we do have to leave, now might be a good time to search around there.
Swamp.
Nor, do you know anything about Bull Swamp?
Just that it's a swamp. It's
Have
a border.
others-
There's some historical.
Oh,
Sure. It's just a boundary between Yerusha and Venselot. Once upon a time, I suppose it was a place for refugees escaping. They would either stop there. Some never left.
Refugees from where?
From war. There's always fighting somewhere.
From Pio?
Yes. Likely.
Hmm.
Pio sees a lot of war.
probably would be a good idea then to check that out.
That's where the teleportation circle would have led.
Hmm.
And that's where Jeremy was headed not too long ago. He's not a
Jeremy?
suspicious character. Yes. With
Why
some
is
guards or
Jeremy
something.
suspicious?
Oh, did we not tell you about that? It's been a lot of day. It's been a time.
Oh my goodness.
Ste'yn will explain a little bit the suspicions they have about Jeremy and the medallion that we have from him and the way it resembles the one from Ziva and that kind of deal.
She might
Another-
notice eventually that Snow is still wearing Ziva's bracelet.
Another well-loved figure in the community who might have connections to this fiend. Which gives me strong reason to think they have well-loved figures of the community in many different factions and places in the in the city, who are connected to this fiend.
We were surrounded.
Yes.
How exciting.
Yes, so
An
that's why let's
infestation,
start
you might
taking out
call
the
it.
people we know.
That's the problem with the fiends like this, though. You take out the people we know, they go somewhere else, and then we're left figuring out who it is again.
At least we'll whittle it down.
You can't kill an entire city.
An entire city of fiends.
It's not.
Well,
People.
that's the thing, though.
Beau?
They're not fiends. We wouldn't be killing the fiend.
To kill the fiends, we need to make the fiend manifest itself before us.
Surely you have it Ste'yn, something that can be used to protect people against possession.
I don't have it ready today, but yes, there is something I can prepare for that.
But you know that much. Okay,
I
so that's
do.
good. You should probably start preparing that every day.
I probably will. It's something I have to say I've not had to use before, but I'm willing to use it.
Does it matter if the person just lets the fiend in, though?
Give Catherine a second to look up the particulars of protection.
Verbiage,
from evil.
please.
Well, protection
What
from
if you
good and evil, I
allow
think,
it?
just protects against it attacking you.
The target
Yeah.
also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Can't be.
Can't be.
Fun stuff.
But
Any
does the
willing
target
creature.
need to be willing?
Yeah. Is there
One
any
willing
other-
creature.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd be willing if they are signed up for this.
We could cast it
Um,
on ourselves, though,
Yeah.
Exactly.
to give us some
mean,
protection from the fiend.
It only lasts
Well,
a few
if
minutes.
the fiend wanted
can only
us, it
protect
could
one
have
of us at a
tried by
time.
now.
I think
Don't you think
Well,
that's
what-
what jewelry's for?
Nora's still holding this ring.
Oh, let's put the ring in the bag of holding, please.
Yeah, do you want to forget this whole conversation? Come on, guys.
What? Oh, right.
Memory
Memory
issues.
problems. Right,
Yes.
right. Please take
I
it.
don't
She'll-
like you knowing things.
If we need to rehash the conversation, we will.
Viola, can you give me another charisma saving throw, please?
That's an 8.
Cool.
Hmm.
Okay.
If I didn't
This will be
have
fun.
-2, it would have been a 10.
You should have not used that
If only
inspiration
Viola had gotten
earlier.
it from the start.
I know.
If only it had been
Viola
Viola to
plays
pick
at
up the
this point.
crown.
Oh, goodness.
Too bad it didn't go with her crown. Actually, would have been baller on her outfit.
Well, I mean-
this gold crown with rubies on
Well, the gold crown,
I
it
don't know if
was
the red and
failed
blue.
when by the person who touched it. So
Natural ones, we love 'em.
Natural one. That surely has not had any consequences since.
Definitely not. Ste'yn's fine.
Everything's fine. So you guys are having this conversation. Nora stands up again, and she's kind of steadies herself on the arm of the chair, and she takes this little booklet type thing, and she says, well, if we're not doing anything as of today, then I guess we're going to sit tight. We'll come up with a proper plan of what to do about this. There have to be people we can trust in the city. If you don't want to go out, I can go find... They're wearing, you said, jewelry.
Iron
Anything-
jewelry.
Iron. It's not just jewelry, though. It could be a hairpin, it could be a thimble, it could be a little trinket. She was doing all manner of little things, passing them out in droves.
It did sound like they were specifically targeting the novices at first, at least, when all of them were leaving.
There are people outside of the city with these things.
Yep.
Well, yes.
Oh my goodness. All
It'll be
right.
fine.
Snow, I so appreciate your cheerfulness. But also, there has to be somebody. I don't think Well, if this is all taking place mainly in the Peace District, and perhaps it's safer to find someone here in the Raleigh District that
Find
maybe
them for
has
what?
not... Someone that hasn't had one of these things. If they
Someone
don't
else to
have one,
trust.
we could trust them, right?
Well, no, I don't think everyone that
Possibly.
has them is in cahoots with them. It's passing them out to people and they're falling in the streets.
There's probably other effects as well. I don't think it would just be the point to make a whole city collapse in the streets. There's not much to be gained from that. She wants worshippers. She wants adulation. She wants adoration.
She holds up the book again, because the word worship, that came up.
I
Yes,
thought Beau
and
had the
that's
book.
what-
Did Beau take the book?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you said she
Beau.
gave it to
Point to
him.
the book! Just kidding. Point to the
And
book!
that's, and that's what the Ziva that we faced was mouthing about, whispering about when we were fighting. Worship her. If she's not yet a god, she wants to be one.
Is that a thing someone can do? Just become
Well,
a
I don't
god?
know.
I mean,
Depends
why
on
not?
the system.
It's not exactly like they're useful.
The Dark doesn't
Excuse
even
me?
have gods. Beau.
I
they
don't believe
definitely
that,
do.
but Beau, what do you mean they can't be useful? They aren't useful.
I said they're not exactly useful.
We know they've been useful to you, Ste'yn. It's all right. Moving on. Let's stay on target.
And Ste'yn has been very useful and helpful to us.
Dan,
we know.
yes.
So,
Goddess. in
thinking
part.
about other people who may or may not be trustworthy, there's also Fate.
That's what I was just thinking of. She has experience with magic items of many sorts. Perhaps she could give some clarity or some.
Or maybe she can give us
Wisdom.
some weapons.
That's also possible. I'd like to think we could trust someone at the temple, but if Jeremy's been influencing people there, I don't know that that's something
No.
we can do.
What about Goro?
I don't. The way Jeremy spoke about him, I think they might be working together, but I can't be sure. And I don't
don't-
know if right now is the time to test that.
I would trust
Goro also
Goro.
doesn't. He doesn't like to act. He likes to take his time. And I don't know if we have that.
Yeah, we do know that he's not useful.
I don't know about all that. But I have to wonder, though, if... So you're saying that Rosita is being possessed by this fiend?
I'm
As-
not sure if she's being possessed or if she's an embodiment of the fiend,
All right.
to be honest with you.
But
Well-
all the same, you said that there are now people outside of the city who have these medallion
Yes.
iron things. Could she truly control or be aware of what's going on, of everything inside the city and outside? Do you think she's working with anyone else? Anyone else in the same level of power like her?
Oh, I'm sure she's working with other people.
I mean, we
One
also
problem is
don't
that
know
we-
her level of power.
Emil
And
said
we
she
also
had
don't
connections
know what the iron
everywhere.
does.
True, we don't know everything the iron does. We've seen its memory loss,
To those who aren't willing.
and then wonder what it
has-
has to do with what happened to Ziva.
It has a level of protection, some abjuration magic placed on it that stops me from divining information about it. That would be possibly another thing that Fate could help us with. She might
Yes.
be able to figure out how to remove that abjuration so that we can actually learn everything that this does, and then we have a better idea of the threat.
To dispel it?
Yes.
Hmm.
Though it would be
Fate's in the
dispelling the
district.
protection, not the item.
Correct.
But then you can see what the item does.
Yes,
Right,
you would
you
need to
can-
be very exact.
You can target a specific magic.
I'm not a caster. That's beyond my realm of knowledge, anyway.
Hey, maybe you are and you don't know that either. You could be full of skills that you are unaware of. We believe in you.
I appreciate that, but I don't think skills pop up like that.
I mean,
You
sometimes
really
they
never
do.
know.
All right. There's got to be a way to find out more of what's going on.
Well, if we're thinking
So-
of talking with Fate, let's go there now.
What time of day is it?
It was like a little bit afternoon, I thought.
Yeah, it was
Maybe,
probably around
like-
one-ish when you guys were
Oh, so maybe
probably
like
at the
2.
Pike.
Lunch when we were at the Pike. I know we were.
So it's
eating
probably
lunch.
between
Yeah.
3 and 4.
Yeah. Getting on in the afternoon.
Ste'yn's probably finished casting Detect Magic by now. Does the book
Oh,
light up?
yes.
I would hope so.
Or does anything of note light up in the huts?
Yeah, the book it doesn't ping for magic specifically. Other than the hut. Yeah, the hut is magic. You can see again on Nora. You see well, no, you can't see her necklace. But you do recall that her necklace pinged at one point. But you can't see it, it's beneath her collar. But her dagger is still on her hip, and that pings, and her revolver on her other side, that pings. Like, I don't know. There's some frames on the wall, like certificates on the wall, those ping. Are you just like doing your normal like walk around?
Is there anything that's actually going to help us that pings? We don't care about our accolades.
You tell me. You tell me. Yeah, nothing specific. And not the book.
What's the
Okay.
story with your revolver, by the way? There's magic to it. What's the story with your gun? There's magic to it.
It is magical, yes. It was a gift given.
And
Protection.
the magic makes it, what, not able to fire?
Oh, it can fire.
Oh, that's yet to be seen.
Yes, it is yet to be seen, and I hope I never have to fire it.
What's the point of having it then?
Protection.
Protection. But there's more important matters to talk about, isn't there?
Who was it a gift from?
Your honey buns?
Does Viola say that?
Yeah.
Yes, good. And she just immediately nods. Yes.
Good for something.
All right.
Isn't he?
Well, if we're going out, are we going out like this? I don't think I should.
I mean, we
Perhaps-
weren't even arrested.
No,
That doesn't
but
mean Rosita's not looking for us, especially since
exactly.
Good.
Chosen
If
one
she's
over
out
here
looking
made
for
plans
us,
to
then
talk with
she's
her
away
later.
from her bar.
She has other people though who can look for us.
That's fine.
Yes. And some of them probably saw us leaving the Peace District.
So it would be better if, to lessen that possibility, I can make 2 members of the group invisible. Beau, I know you can disguise yourself. That will leave 1 person.
I feel like taking off all my gold armor's pretty solid.
You
disguise.
might want to keep that on, though.
Yeah. I can make you invisible and no one will see the gold armor.
Yes.
I think I'd make the 2 of you invisible. And Beau can disguise himself. And I can manage.
Can't you, like, change your hair color and things with that spell you do?
I mean, yes. That would be about it, but I could do that.
I have a large black cloak if you want to put that on.
But my blue.
Your blue is stunning. And
What
it is also
if-
iconic.
What if you four stayed safe? no one's after me, what if I go?
How are you gonna know if Fate's okay to trust her or not? I mean,
You
we
said
think
there'd be
she
some
is,
type
but-
of some type of iron something, right?
Well, not necessarily, and you might not see it. I think it would be better. I do kind of like the idea, though, of maybe two of us then going to going to Fate and bringing her back here.
Yes. Well, we want to send maybe Viola and Nora.
I don't know if I trust Viola for this mission. No offense.
Why?
You don't know things about
No,
magic.
do you want to go? Do you want to go with
And-
Nora?
You do owe Fate a date.
Oh, you do?
No,
Go
I
set
don't.
that up.
No, I don't. It already happened.
Oh, that's right.
What? When?
Before the festival. During our very busy 9 days.
I was not aware of this.
It
I feel offended.
wasn't a big deal. None of you were aware because I didn't tell any of you.
That sounds much more joyful to talk about regardless than any of this. I hate the idea that you feel so unsafe in the city. That was the last thing
Well-
I ever wanted.
It's not your fault.
Yeah.
We
you
sort of
didn't- presumably you
ourselves
didn't
into
bring the
this.
fiends here.
Not that I'm aware of. I certainly hope not.
Anyway. No offense at all to Viola, but you don't know magic, you're not sneaky, and you're not the best at talking your way out of situations.
Well, that may be true, but I do notice things. I've been finding that jewelry.
That's true.
Everyone give me a perception check, please.
Yay.
What are you noticing now?
But
What's
that's finally a
happening?
good
That's
roll.
another 24!
I got
Let's
a.
go.
That's a
12.
30.
Oh wait, no, I got a 9. Oh wait, no, it was a 12. Sorry, I'm getting the 6 and the 9 confused. Oh, it was it was a 12. Sorry.
Just pick one.
I don't think it matters. It's not very high, regardless.
My perception
Uh,
rolls are steadily dropping. I'm down to 10.
Oh my goodness. Okay, a 12, a 10, a 24, and Ste'yn?
30.
What?
We're back.
We are so back. Okay. It's you all hear a knocking on the front door.
Mhm.
It sounds like just a gentle knock, gentle tap. For 20 and above. Before you heard the knocking, for just a moment before, I'm trying to remember, were there windows on the bottom floor of the house?
There were.
There were
Yep.
windows? Okay, I know there were above. I couldn't remember if there were any below.
Yeah.
You see a shadow pass by the window, not heading towards the door, but heading away.
Mhm.
As if
We're surrounded.
someone is coming around the house. Not there, like, it only just happened, and then you heard the knocking.
This might be a
Um,
good time to mention that the hut looks exactly like the floor that which it is on.
Okay, that's good to know. Nora looks towards the door where the knocking was. I suppose we don't know if that's friend or foe, huh?
And it looks like someone's maybe. hitting
Give
that
me one
back door.
moment. And Ste'yn will cast Detect Evil and Good again. Where's
You will
that
also
spell
have
slot?
to step out of the hut.
Oh, I forget that. Haha. She will step right outside of the hut then. But yeah, she'll step right outside of the hut to
Over
cast
that
this.
Okay. And that's a 30-foot range, you said?
Yes. 30-foot radius. So 30 feet in front of her, 30 feet behind her, all places. Above, below.
Above and below, that's what y'all want to know. That's the important part.
Is it the important part this time?
Someone upstairs.
Is it? I didn't say that. No.
Does Nora
Relax.
have a basement?
Relax.
Well, we know that
There's
she
a
Not as
doesn't.
far
basement
as you,
means.
not as far as you know. I thought I had the map of the house still in here. Oh, no, that's the wild pike. What's this?
I mean, it's not 30 feet to
Got
the
it.
door. Because we're in the middle of the room.
I mean, it was a fairly spacious room, but maybe
It
it's
wasn't
not
that
30 feet.
spacious.
Not that.
It's not.
No.
It's not 30 feet in front of Ste'yn and 30 feet behind Ste'yn. It's not
Yeah.
over 60 feet.
It's not a
That'd be
60-foot
annoying.
room. I guess-
No, remember
Like,
that
maybe
chamber we were in
lengthwise.
was a 45 last session, so it wasn't bigger than that chamber.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, cool. And what does it notice? It's like fiends, celestials,
It's
they.
for the duration, which is 10 minutes. She knows there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of her, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, if there's a place or object within 30 feet that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate most barriers. It's blocked by a whole foot of stone, an inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Give me one moment.
So if there's like lead lighting anywhere, yay.
Her whole
by
house
yay,
is
I
lead
mean
lined.
nay.
The whole
Well,
house.
we already know that's not true. Because
Yeah.
she's already used this in
I
here.
know.
Did she use that in here? I remember detect
She's used it before.
She
magic.
did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She.
Oh, yeah, I
Uh,
guess I remember now. It was when Nora
I remember
was
using
sick.
detect magic in here.
She
It was
used
also
detect
those are
evil
the
and
same.
good.
Those are, in terms of blocking him, it's the exact same.
Yeah, but she
Yeah.
wasn't trying
Yeah.
to go outside the house with
Wouldn't-
detect
It wouldn't make
magic.
No, it'd be fine. No, what honestly caught me up was something that was magically consecrated or desecrated, and I was trying to think what is used to like magically consecrate something.
Well, it's
like to make
talking
it to make it
about
holy, right?
Well, it's if something is. It's not talking about the tool.
No. I'm trying to think what that is because this is my DM brain being like, oh, you know what's brilliant? It has nothing to do with the situation itself other than you might ping on something, which would be very cool. And I want to know if that makes sense. So I wanted to know how something gets magically consecrated because
That
that'd be
is
freaking
technically-
cool.
That is technically 100% up to you. I've researched it, and there isn't like a mechanic for consecration or desecration.
Cool.
So it's like if
never
you want it to be,
defined. It
it
is
is.
a narrative
just-
flavor thing, basically.
Yeah. Like,
And I think the Hallows spell can do some stuff with that too, but I'm not 100% on that.
Yes, it can.
okay.
But
This
that's
is
in addition to whatever DM flavoring.
excellent. I love that
Awesome.
for all of us. I think that's super fun. So it'll reach. Yeah, I guess it just. So is she staying in place or is she?
She
still-
stepped outside of the hut, so she
Mhm.
would have probably stepped closer to the front door where we heard the knocking a little bit.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious.
And maybe
All
a
right,
little bit to the side, like,
back towards
just
like the
outside the
back door because there's the
Maybe?
front and the back door. The
Yeah.
back door leads
because
to
she
the
saw the
garden
shadow, she
area
wants to be
and-
trying to capture both doors, and she should be able to based off of the size of Nora's house.
Okay. Cool. Yay.
How
Cool.
many things ping?
No, so you don't see a ping. Is this spell concentration? Does it stay for a little bit?
Concentration for up to 10 minutes.
Beautiful. Love it. Yeah, nothing pings. Like nothing fiend pings. I will say, just as part of that, I think that'd be really fun. As you're moving towards the back door, there's this like warm, like beautiful, almost lyrical, whimsical, musical kind of sense you get from outside beyond the door, like by the garden area. Because I think
Do you
that'd
guys
be really
sense
nice.
that it's been magically consecrated?
Yeah. How nice is that? I love this for her.
Good, she
I was
doesn't
gonna
have to
go
worry about
answer the
undead.
door.
Cool. You pull the door open?
if there's some, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. You do. And you see, you've met her before. You see Nina Sarenby. She's one of the barmaids. She was helping with all the stuff going on. Her blonde hair pulled back in this cute little spirally little ponytail. She's
Give us away.
she's standing beside one of the Peace Watch. I'm gonna say this is also familiar. It's Canyon. She's standing beside him, and Canyon sees you, Beau, and you hear him say, Snow, I am so glad that I found you. So glad that you are here.
Yes, what is it?
Weird that you're here in the rally. Whatever, it's festival time. There's rumor going around. I'm trying to calm everyone down, and not that they're acting crazy or anything. Just, I don't like the rumors going around, and I just figured if we find you, and they seem to insist that they might know where you were, which is also, whatever. I just wanted to make sure that we found you, that we got this taken care of. Nina, is this enough? And she just looks at him and just nods. And she says, we just wanted to clear up any misunderstandings. That's all.
Yes, well, why don't you all come inside?
Excellent.
Come on,
Is the
Nina.
captain here?
She's in the back. Come along.
And Canyon also is looking at her like, shall we? And she nods, and Nina and Canyon enter. They can't see the hut.
Does Nina make a saving, though? Con save?
Yes. Yes, in fact, she does. Good call. As she starts going inside, and she stops, and you kind of hear her like shriek a little bit and step back. As Canyon was about to walk in behind her, and he kind of steadies her up. Are you all right? And she looks at the door, and she just nods. I stepped on something, I'm sure. Oops. It feels a little cold inside. I think it's more comfortable out here is all.
Nonsense. We'll put the fire on.
No, that's
Come
right. We just
along,
wanted to
Nina.
make sure everything was fine.
No, I insist. We need to clear the air.
Ste'yn
Canyon's, like,
waves as well
watching
because she's
back and
outside of the
forth.
hut, and it's just like, come on, Nina, come along inside, won't you?
I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure you were all right, is all.
We want to make sure you're all right, and if you're that cold, please do come warm up. The
I
fire's
have an
nice
idea.
inside.
Canyon, I think maybe get a little bit closer and just kind of warm her up a little bit as you walk through.
Not to be weird about it at all.
Not to make it weird. It's only weird if you make it weird. Canyon looks terribly confused.
Be a gentleman, put your arm around her, get that cape of yours to warm her up, and come on inside.
I don't remember where. Did Nora stay downstairs? Did I have her
Yeah,
downstairs?
she was in the
Yeah,
she was
she
in the
stayed
hut.
downstairs.
Okay.
She's
It was
in
just
the
in my
hut.
head that she's
Yeah.
in the hut.
Yeah, everyone else is in the hut. They only see Ste'yn and Beau.
I don't remember
Unless they
seeing
have a
Nora in
really
the hut, but I don't
good-
mind Nora.
Unless they
going
have
in
a
the
really
hut.
good perception on the
Well, we
hut.
were all talking.
No. That's fair. There was a lot of talking. We can say Nora went in the hut.
Yeah, the hut was like made around her, essentially.
Canyon is, again, kind of shrugs and looks at Nina. He's, if you have, I'd be happy to help you if you need it. Nina immediately steps back, and then she starts running off.
Beau's going to gonna motion to stay and to push him out. Like, actually, he's got a mind licker. Push me out the door. I'm gonna get her.
Ste'yn will happily oblige.
Shove him out the door.
And Beau's gonna
she might
bolt
slap
after
a little
her.
harder than she needs to as she pushes him out.
And Beau is going
Bolt's
to
gonna
bolt.
bow right after her.
This is them so fast.
Okay. Yeah.
Ste'yn just stands there watching.
Ste'yn, you shove him out the door.
Don't let
Past
the door
Canyon,
hit
who
ya.
looks very confused. Beau, it's very, very easy for you to catch up with her. As Canyon looks back at you, Ste'yn, and he's like, "What is Snow doing? What is going on? What is happening?" And he has his arm, he's ready at his
No
weapon.
need for that. No need for that. Come along inside.
No,
It's all
hold
right.
on. You guys are
He's fine.
wild.
No,
He's keeping
we're
an
not
eye out, and he
actually.
does have he has both a melee weapon and he has a bow and arrow, like a bow.
I
ready.
understand what this looks like. I also need you to understand that things are not always what they seem. And I'm begging you, if you have any sense of trust in me, that you hold on to that.
Or
right
it's Snow.
She's calling in all the favors today.
Remember, Snow
Please, someone
saved his
trust me
life.
today of all
Snow
days.
saved his life.
True.
That's true. Snow did save my life.
now. Exactly. So please, just trust us for a couple moments. If that's all you can give, that's all you can give. But please, there's a lot more happening here than you know, and that I may even be able to explain to you. But I promise he's not going to harm her. He's trying to bring her in.
That was a bad promise to make.
Oh,
Don't hurt her as you bring her in, or he will shoot you, and I won't stop him.
how many more hours do you have on this mind link?
It was 5
It was-
hours, and we did it right before we walked into
Like-
that thing.
Yeah, it was at like 11 a.m. or something.
Yeah, so this is probably like the final
1, 2, 3,
hour that
4.
we're on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Also, Viola and Nora can see the absolute confusion on Snow's face as he keeps hearing his name being used for Beau. You see him just like
Calling
mouthing,
him-
"What?"
What I gather is that Beau would have
Viola,
informed
I think,
Ste'yn
knows
that Canyon
so
calls
Viola
Beau
would
Snow.
inform. I think Viola knows that because she would have figured that
It
out.
happened when they went to
the-
question the guy, when Ste'yn
Yeah.
and Viola were with
Yeah.
him.
Viola will see the look of confusion on Snow's face and fill him in.
Quietly, I hope.
Yes.
Okay.
Mind link it through Beau. Beau, while you're running, pass this along.
He's so fast, he can
Snow,
multitask
why?
while he
You
runs.
explain to Snow the entire story of why Canyon saved your day.
While I stab this girl to death.
Yeah, he'll just use his bonus action and movement. He doesn't need his action to get much up to her.
No, it is very easy for you to catch up to her. What are you doing as you catch up to her? Are you trying to grapple her? Are you trying to knock her down?
He's
What are
going
you doing?
to get in front of her and then put his arms out to stop her. Like, kind of like block out, like, I don't know, X pose or something, going T pose. I don't know.
You
Some
like
kind
your
of-
mouth.
No, like he's gonna like put his arms out and just like, yeah, just like stopping her. Salute the
Okay.
sun.
He
He just says
T-poses in front of
yoga
her
in front of her.
for
He goes, she kind of short stops and then tries to get around you. She's going to try and run past you. If you can attempt to grapple her if you'd like, which would be an opposed strength athletics check. Or you
Can
can
he
attempt
just
to trip her
attempt
or
to?
whatever
Yeah,
you'd like
that's
to
like.
do.
Can he just attempt to trip her?
You can do.
Which one
I guess
wouldn't be strength?
I feel like if you're just trying to like get your leg out to just trip is more dexterity based. So
Okay.
tripping probably. Yeah, trying to get her. Go for it.
Okay, so it's just a dexterity.
Yeah, and yeah,
No.
go for it.
So that's a 6.
As you try to block her path and she's trying to scoot around you, you try to get your leg out and she just kind of kind of does a little hop over and around, and then she tries to keep running. And she starts to scream for help.
Beau's gonna cast sleep. It's panic.
There's this little part of me that 3 hours ago thought this was going to be such a serious... That little part of me is dead now.
How many? What's the thing?
Go ahead, cast it. Get it, boy.
Cast it is scroll 5d8. I was about to roll 5d6s. I was gonna.
Cast sleep and then slaps her awake. Oh, I was like, I'll tell you, man.
Okay,
The person I was talking to yesterday, I was like, yeah, I really just want to put like fear into them. I want to scare them real bad, and I just have so much to learn.
What are you talking about? We're absolutely
So 20.
terrified.
20.
On 5d8?
Yeah.
That's average.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. Yeah, you cast sleep. As she has jumped and started darting, and she starts screaming, and you cast this, and like mid-breath, you see her kind of stumble and then fall forward onto the ground, onto the lovely paved cobblestone street. She collapses.
How far away are we from Canyon right now?
Let's see. She started running. You immediately got pushed out the door. If she's 30, maybe like 40, 45 feet. I'm trying to think how long it would take for you to just
Sounds
instantly like,
good.
bust out running.
Sounds good. Oh, Canyon! He's gonna start waving. She took a bit of a tumble. Can you come pick her up?
Oh no!
We lost Catherine. It was too funny.
Oh, Canyon.
Can you come escort the
he-
lady in? Oh, Canyon.
He starts running. He starts running over towards you. And he sees her knocked out. She kind of looks a little bit more peaceful. She looks a lot more peaceful, honestly, than she did a minute ago. As she's asleep.
Let's just carry her right on inside, please. Quickly, come on. It's only lasts for a
so
minute.
much explaining to do.
It only lasts for a
And
minute.
he lifts her up, and he's following behind you. He's not running back, but he's following you, and she is asleep. And he carries her inside.
And as they're going inside, he's just gonna put his hand on his back and he's gonna follow him in.
Come along, right inside.
He lays her
Close to
down
the
on
party in front of you.
On the upside, now she's trapped inside.
He lays her down on the sofa where that haphazard blanket was. Kind of starts to put that over her as her eyes open.
Beau closes and
she
locks the door
wakes up.
behind him, by the way. And then he's going to also, as they're all
That's a
gathering in,
horrifying sound.
he's gonna move to the back door and also make sure that one's locked.
That one was locked, yes.
Okay. So, doors are locked.
Yeah, Nina's eyes blink open. She realizes where she is and she bolts up. She's sitting up. She sees you all there. I only wanted to talk.
Yes, and then you had a very bad fall outside, so I had Canyon pick you up and bring you inside. You're welcome.
Why? Okay.
You said there were some things to mend or correct, I believe was Canyon's words.
Yes, there seemed to be some confusion earlier. And I wanted to make sure you were okay, and Rosita said that despite what happened, she'd be happy to have you come back to the Pike and, make amends.
Very generous of her.
Give me a perception check.
Everyone or just Beau?
Anyone can.
Ooh, 21.
Even those inside the hut?
What? Oh, did you guys stay in there?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
I haven't
You're-
I mean,
you
it's
have-
only,
I mean, you have
it's
clear
only
sight of her.
camouflage. It's not perfectly invisible.
Well, it's also different from the outside versus inside. You can see out of the hut just fine.
Yeah.
When you're on the
Like,
I'm
inside.
saying
Do you
for
only-
Canyon and her, like, it's not like it's perfectly invisible.
But don't you have to have to
No.
roll to see it? So you'd have to suspect it was there in the first place? Or
Well,
like would you
Presumably, like, if you think about it, it would still be a 3D effect. So
Yeah.
if you saw it out of the corner of your eye, you wouldn't think anything. But if you looked at it, you could be like, why does the floor look rounded right there?
Yeah,
You know?
Bren, think about,
looks
you
like-
played Dead by
Ah.
Daylight. Think about the Wraith, the guy that has the bell and how he cloaks
Oh,
himself. It's
ding
essentially,
dong,
yeah, because he cloaks himself and he blends in with the environment as he goes. So
I
it's basically
see.
like that.
Yeah. So you would still be
Here.
able to tell that there's a 3D effect that's not
in the middle of the
it's not-
living room.
Yeah. It looks like the floor, but
I'll
doesn't
roll
look-
to see if Canyon is paying enough attention. Right now he's not.
Was that
Um,
insight or perception?
It was perception.
Perception.
22.
Okay. Did anyone roll below a 15? Okay. If you rolled above a 15 or above, you notice that as Nina is saying this to you, inviting you back to the Pike, she is looking like she kind of keeps eyeing the doors. She clearly does. It would be odd for her to think she could actually get up and not be stopped, but she does keep looking at the doors before looking back at you and speaking.
And what is she saying when she's speaking?
She was saying that
Oh,
you're being invited back to the Pike, and Rosita would be happy to sort out this mess or whatever's going on, to accept an apology even for what happened.
this would be a great time to get some info.
all right. You want to ask her something?
No, I'd like to stay in the hut. Otherwise,
I
I'd
wish
leave
to
the
stay
hut.
in the hut.
Well, considering your fall right there, I mean, it would be very rude of us just to have you walk back or something like that. What if we have Rosita come and get you?
Rosita's very busy.
Oh, I'm sure, but she has all those people to help her. And it's dying down.
She likes to be pretty hands-on. I think she's going
Exactly
to
why
stay
she
up
might
there.
want to have her hands on you to come and get you.
What?
How long have you known Rosita, Nina?
Oh, for years.
Really? She seems very kind. When did you first meet her? How many years ago?
Maybe 7 or so. I think she was just coming back. Well, about 7 or so.
Coming back from where?
From nowhere. Everyone has trips.
Oh, everyone definitely has trips. I've made many myself. But 7 years ago, that's a long time. Has she been... Forgive me, I just came to this guardianship a few weeks ago. It's been a whirlwind. Has she been here, for that long? In Grazie Minot, for 7 years?
She has, yeah.
Do you know how long she was here before you met her? Or did you all happen to come at the same time?
Look, it really doesn't matter. If you want to get to know her
Curious.
better,
No,
you
no.
should ask her.
Oh, I'd love to ask her, but you know how when you're trying to get to know someone, sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of information about them before you actually get to know them? That way, you know, it just sort of helps build a little bit of rapport before you have to put in the effort to build the rapport.
She slowly nods, and you can kind of see her sighing a little bit.
I just don't want to make any further missteps when we talk to her again, because I think we've made a lot, and I'd like to avoid that going forward. So getting to know a little bit about her, where she's from, or how long she's been here and such would be truly wonderful. Have more appreciation for what she's been through here, and be able to make a more amenable sort of apology.
Viola, can you roll me another charisma saving throw, please?
I did just realize that all of the barmaids and bar lads shouldn't have been impacted by calm emotions if that's what made them stop.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
You can just say they were playing along with the crowd. It's okay.
Yeah. It's part of their charm, you know? Thank you. I did forget my own homebrew rule about my own world. She's nodding, and Ste'yn, you can read people very well, and you can kind of see a layer of facade that's slowly melting away as you continue talking. And Nina says, you know, Ste'yn, and please, I know your group can be very volatile. It was really nice working with you, Snow, by the way, just with all the event things going on. Thank you for your help.
Is she talking to this Snow, or is she talking to the Snow she can't see?
Oh, Snow's not there. That's right. Just kidding. I lied. Wherever Snow is, man, it was so nice. Where is Snow anyway? Where is Snow? Don't you all travel together all the time? Aren't you
I'm
guys
sure he's
basically
somewhere.
Siblings? Well, if you
I'm sure
see
he's around
him,
here somewhere, but
I hope you let him know that it really is. It was very nice working with him.
he really is lovely to work with. He's got a good spirit about him. He always seems to
True.
have something encouraging and nice to say. That helps make the days easier.
True. And I hope that you keep him close. But look, I feel like she kind of looks almost apologetically towards Canyon, looks back at the ones who are visible, and she says, I feel like we know what's going on here. Probably, I was really trying to just put out an olive branch, just to avoid any tension. That's not what we like to do.
Well, just to make
That's
sure
not-
Canyon's in the speed, why don't you enlighten us what's going on here?
Don't want to do that.
I don't know if that's
I'm
necessary.
not asking you.
I think Canyon knows what he needs to know, and there are times when knowing more.
We
and
can
put someone
also
at risk
gauge
of
if
getting
he is
killed.
trustworthy.
I don't want to put him at risk. He's been nice to us.
And he could also be willing to stab us in the back. We don't know his position. She seems to be thinking that she used a collective term.
She seems to think that Canyon doesn't know what's going on.
That's unclear.
I can insight check.
I'm gonna meta the heck out of this.
Already planning on doing it, but insight check that apologetic look to try and gauge if it was sorry, you already know about this, just let me be mysterious for mysterious, or a sorry, you have no clue what's going on, but we clearly do kind
Go
of
for
look.
it. Uh-huh.
That is a 24.
Her apologetic look really feels like it's part of her natural charm of like, man, I pulled another innocent bystander into this mess. Boy, I sure hope he's okay after all of this. And she says, if you want to, it's entirely up to you. Rosita would like to talk to you, especially you, Ste'yn.
That.
You're very charming. You're very charming, and those are the kinds of people that she needs. Those are the kinds of people she's looking for. And in fairness, look,
That's
I don't
interesting.
know.
I thought Fails is what she needs.
Why would someone need ferals?
Well, I don't know. They certainly seem to gather around her.
How does Canyon react to that?
He looks confused by the whole thing, wondering like kind of why he was pulled here.
Canyon, why don't you can step outside? I promise nothing will happen in here.
No, I'm invested in this.
I don't know if you should be.
He's a
Too late.
Peace
This is
Watch
what I
person.
signed up
It's his
for.
job to protect this place. We need at least somebody in the Peace Watch to like us and or
Listen,
be on our
Ste'yn.
side.
I'm a
Better
Peace
he's
Watch
alive.
person. It's my job to handle things like this. I'd like to be on your side. And he kind of leans back against the door and is like crossing his arms. He's like, I came here. I was asked to join Nina to make sure everything was all right. In fairness, you know, with whatever happened and rumors going around that things are happening or things happened at the Pike, look, at least you're not being arrested or anything. I'm
No, that
just
happened
here to make
earlier.
sure no one... What? Never mind.
Nothing.
Was that
I'm
an
here to make sure
arrest?
nobody dies. That's all.
I think I have better luck with that than you, but that's all right.
I need to... Whatever you guys want to talk about, I have to... I'm still waiting on there's shipments coming through, festival stuff. I'm waiting to see
You
if
want to go
that-
check on those?
I
Come
will.
back here in 10, 15
not-
minutes or so?
No, I'm going to be leaving here with Nina just to make sure everything's good. But I do hope you'll hurry because I need to see if something I've been waiting for forever has finally made it.
What are you waiting for?
It's a
Just
little
say it.
sappy. It's a little sappy, but I've been working really hard. I saved a lot of money, and well, I gotta go see about a girl and getting her a little.
What girl?
That might be much. you
Come
know,
on,
professional
Canyon.
level.
Aren't we friends?
He did save your life.
Damn it, you did save my life.
We keep reminding him this.
You guys like,
Hey,
sorry,
Canyon,
Nina.
do you remember
I know
that
you're here for a
time?
reason.
And he's
That's what
already
saved your life.
mentioned the girlfriend many times to Beau. Just not who.
Yeah.
The first
Look,
time they met.
Come
he kept
on.
mentioning-
You have
You've
to
been teasing
promise
this so
not-
long.
you know the performer at the Pike with the purple hair,
Maybe.
Love?
Love?
Love.
Yeah.
Wait.
Aw.
Wait, a little thing.
It's a ring. I saved up. It's a really expensive ring, but it's fitting for her. Don't ask me why. Don't ask any
Wait,
more questions.
You know, Canyon, I just thought of
Wait.
something actually. Can I need your help with something that is heavy upstairs.
What?
Can we solve this situation first? Nina,
Yes,
are you
what-
satisfied with what's going on here?
No.
One question. Is there anything engraved on this ring?
I mean, a lot of engagement rings will have, like initials. Yeah, I did that.
Don't give up the diamond. We don't have another diamond.
Well, we
Wait,
have the
what if
money.
someone
We have the
dies?
money for it. We could buy one from Fate, hopefully.
She probably doesn't have a diamond lying around. That's not a magic item.
You never know.
It's a
It's
spell component.
It's a very expensive spell component.
Maybe the old man has one. He had the other
Somebody's
things.
gotta have
Honestly, would
one.
be more likely.
Oi, but I really need your
Yeah,
help.
Ste'yn has one. One thing at a time, Snow.
No,
Right.
Canyon, this
So,
is urgent.
Canyon.
Please,
Oh, Canyon.
Don't make me raise my voice, young man.
don't make me have to
Fair.
persuade you, Canyon.
wait, hold on. Everyone just calm down. Everyone
I will
very
be
calm
so
down.
Are
calm
you
when my
alright?
things are moved. Now let's go
I
real
am
quick.
a member of the Peace Watch. Nina, Did you say what you need? Did you say what you needed to say? And Nina looks honestly confused by whatever is happening here.
Nina
She's
is still
a
recovering
girl.
from her tumble. Now let's go move some gumble. Let's go!
Let's go move some rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble!
It would be entirely unprofessional for me to leave the person who asked me to come here. Well, I suppose you were the problem, Beau, or Snow.
Exactly. We are
That was weird.
separating the problem from the
Yes, will you
person.
please get the problem away from the person so I can reassure Nina that everything's alright?
Give me a persuasion check.
Who?
Both of you.
Okay.
Or one with advantage, because one of you can roll with advantage. I'll do it that way.
Do you want to? Do you care if I roll, Ste'yn?
Go ahead.
Okay.
What
All right, that's a
happened to
nat
my
20.
session?
It's a nat 20, so that could be a 29 or a 32.
Mark your die.
It really
This
needs a
got weird.
32 with a nat 20.
I just want you to mark your die. No, you don't have to mark it.
I just wanted to see how high it
29
could
is
go.
plenty. I did want to see how high it could go, I won't lie. He kind of realizes, yeah, this makes sense. Okay. And despite Ste'yn, you catch a little look of Nina's as her supposed protection is leaving. Canyon will follow you upstairs, Beau, or wherever you were going. The DM doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah,
I'm very curious.
As they're
though.
going
What
up the
happened?
steps, Beau's going to Mylink to say, make sure she stays down here.
Oh, she's not going.
And I have an idea on how to get Canyon out.
Nora,
No harm, no foul.
inside of the hut, Nora is watching them go upstairs, and she's looks at. So Viola and Snow are inside the hut, and she said, "Why are they going upstairs?"
Beau, why are you going upstairs? Nora wants to know.
It will be fine. It will be okay. It's all part of the plan that I'm making now.
But, like, plan for what? What are you trying to accomplish?
Getting Canyon out by keeping what's-her-face in here.
Are you gonna push him out a window?
No! The windows are too close together anyway up here. It's weird.
I also thought he was gonna push Canyon out the window.
Viola will just say, Beau says he has a plan. That doesn't make me feel good. I'm sure it doesn't make you feel good either, but
Not in
that's
the
the
least
information
bit.
I have.
Trust the process, Nora. It'll be
I
fine.
trust the process.
I suppose I trust
Right.
more that you're talking about
He said he wasn't gonna
hidden
push him out a
ferals,
window,
and
so there's
Nina
that.
Serenby is here, who is very obviously someone who works at the Pike.
All right, Nina. I know who you are. I know what's going on. And I would like you to be truthful going forward.
We're not lying to anyone.
I understand. But there's a difference between lying and between telling the truth. You're not just outright lying, but I would like the full truth. Not just what you want to say to convince me to do what you want.
I'm only at liberty to say so much. I was told
I
to
understand
come here.
that.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I want to know more about Rosita.
That
What
I can't
has
tell
she
you.
promised you?
That I can tell you.
There we go. We're getting somewhere. Tell me.
She promised us protection.
Just protection. Protection from what?
Protection from living on the streets. Protection from being kicked around like dogs. What do you mean?
I mean, how is she going to give you this protection? How long can her ruse actually last? And what happens when that ruse goes up and she's ready to go somewhere else and leaves you behind?
She won't do that.
How do you know that?
Because she's just like us. Someone has to look out for us, so we look out for each other.
What happens if you don't like what she's doing?
I don't ask ridiculous questions.
Do
I
you
don't
feel
need
like
to
you
know
can't
anything
ask
more.
questions?
I can. If
Do
I
you
want
feel like
to.
she'll be truthful to you?
I think so.
Do you feel like she has your best interests at heart? Or do you feel like she's
Yes.
pushing her own interests through you?
No. She's watching out for all of us like a mother. We don't have anyone else. It's not something I expect someone directly from the light to understand, and that's fine.
My own family kicked me out because I was directly from the light. I think I understand.
That doesn't make sense.
Tell me about it. It shouldn't.
Then you really should join us.
I've thought about it.
Nothing's stopping you. It's not like you have a family to go home to, right?
I'm not going to share anything about that with you. That's all the same.
Why? I shared about me.
No, you didn't. Not really. You said she offers you protection. And that you found her 7 years ago. It's nothing about a
Yes.
family or a home or...
What do you
I
want to
shared-
know? Do you want to know the pathetic little hovel that I came from? Do you
I
want
want
to
to know where Razia found you. I want to know what your life was like before you found her. And I'm so sorry for the way the world has treated you. It's not right.
Well, it's a whole past life that we don't have to think about anymore because we
Exactly.
are living free. So why should I even bring it
Are
up?
you free? You don't even look like yourself.
Because I shouldn't. Do you know how
Why
much
not?
it costs to do something like this?
No, I don't, because I would hide instead of trying to change myself like that.
I'd rather be out in the light where I belong.
If you think you belong in the light, why are you associating with someone who cares more for the dark?
Because maybe even the light doesn't seem to understand itself. Maybe it doesn't care enough. Maybe you all don't care enough. Maybe we're the real heroes here.
I'm not saying I care enough, I'm still learning what I care about. But I'm saying that if you're looking for a place for the light, I don't think putting all your faith in the dark is the way to get there.
Dark, light. It doesn't matter.
What does Rosita say about dark versus light? I'd like to know more about someone before I give more consideration to joining them. She doesn't seem to want to give me those kinds of answers, so I'm looking for a little bit more information. Informed decisions.
I think you're going to have to
Please.
talk to her about those things. If it involves her, it'll have to be through
Well,
her.
tell me about for yourself then. What do you think about dark versus light?
I think that it's really a very silly boundary. I
Perhaps
mean,
it is.
look at us. We sit in some weird middle space anyway. It seems neither side really cares. So, what do we care? So we'll do what we have to do so that we can get by.
What do you mean by do what you have to do? How far does that go?
As far as it needs to, which includes farther than this city. So
I
if
believe
you
it.
think, if you think that the people Rosita needs, or the people that Rosita's God needs, is just in this city, you are
Do you think I'm that
far
stupid?
mistaken. I hope not, or else she would be very mistaken about you. She's
No,
already
she's
seen
not.
all she needs to know about you, so
I'm sure.
she knows you're not stupid. Or Snow. Or Beau.
I mean,
I think the only one, actually, yeah, or Viola. She's seen what she needs to see now.
Is
But
the
the
invitation extended to all of them, or is it just me?
I haven't had a chance to hear her thoughts on it. I was just told where to find you.
So she knows where we are.
Yes. And she always will know where you are.
That's.
She likes to keep an eye on the people she wants to keep nearby.
Do you find that comforting?
Yes, to know that a mother figure is watching me. Yes. Wouldn't you
I'm
like
sorry
to have
you've
a
had
mother
such a hard
watching
time.
you?
In some ways, and this is why it's hard to make a decision to join you, is because in many ways I do have another mother watching over me. She may not always talk to me clearly, but she's been there when no one else was.
Just pause for one moment as she kind of ponders what you're saying. Beau, as you're heading upstairs with Canyon, what are you... Remind me what you're doing. That's not shoving Canyon out a window.
So she is going, or not she, he is going to. I saw Catherine's
Not so
message.
the disguise.
Well, I saw Catherine's message saying, "Oh, she does," and I saw the she, and that's how I filled in there. He is going to bring Canyon into the office room, and then close the door. All right, Canyon. Can I level with you? A little.
I sure hope you will.
How long have you known purple pink hair lady?
Cynthia?
You're going to engage with?
Fav?
Yes.
I've known her for years. A few years.
Like, did she get here before you, or did you get here before her?
I was here first. I was
Okay.
actually kind of surprised that her family would be somewhere like this, only to learn that she's a bit of a... Well, that's not the point.
And then she
Why?
just
What does this have to
started
do with anything?
performing at the Pike because of her profession.
I mean, you have to earn in a place like the Pike. I mean, you have to... But yeah, essentially.
Does she spend a lot of time with, like, Razia, or is she just amongst the crowd most nights?
Not particularly. She performs, she...
Like, she never
Makes some
goes
money,
home and, like, talks like, oh, Ziva said, Rosita said this to me.
She hasn't said anything like that to me. No, not particularly. She likes the Pike. She likes Rosita, sure.
Okay.
But
Has
I
she
don't know.
gotten any jewelry or anything like that from Rosita? Any new things in gross-looking iron?
Gross-looking iron. I don't think gross-looking iron is quite her style.
Okay, so she doesn't have any, like, doodads that she got from Rosita.
Not that I know of. Why? What does this have to do with anything?
All right. So here's the deal. You are particularly fond of her, right?
Yes, I'm going to marry her.
That's the plan. That's the spirit. So
Yeah,
That's the spirit.
right on.
here's the thing. We need a bit of your help, kind of. Yes, I believe so. Anyway, I'm thinking of this as we go along here, so bear with me.
Okay.
Bottom line is, the Pike is not good. So, I'm telling you this because you have vested interest, because you have a particular friend that's working there. If you want to protect her, you would make sure she no longer goes there.
This has to do with your little confrontation with Rosita earlier.
Correct. And that's also why I brought the girl in downstairs.
Oh. Okay, just tell me one thing. Did you attack her? Did you do
Of
it?
course. The stupid wench had it coming.
Snow, stop. Okay, no more.
She's possessed by a fiend.
I'm not drunk enough for this.
Well, I have some orcs bubbles.
No. Everyone knows better than that. You want me to believe that the secondary proprietress, so to speak, of the Wild Pike is possessed by a fiend?
Not always, probably, but at least
that's convenient.
sometimes. Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Do you have the means to detect them? And you've been walking around with that detection this whole time.
Do you?
Ste'yn does. She's one of those priestess, goddess-loving people. I don't know.
Acolyte. Cleric. Cool. Okay. Sure. You want to show me some proof of this?
Have you noticed everyone collapsing with fatigue around?
Yes.
All of them have been getting jewelry or trinkets from Rosita.
Ah. Okay.
Which
I
is
can
why I
investigate
asked
that.
if the
Vav.
lady, got
Vav.
any. Yes.
Okay. All right. Look, you did save my life, and I would be happy to. I will, at your word, I will investigate this further.
Well, that's where I can
And
get
I
tricky.
will make sure Vav knows better than to, or is protected if she. I mean, she's supposed to be performing on the final night here.
I would encourage to discourage her from going there.
I will investigate and talk to her.
And now, when you talk about investigation, how are you thinking of doing it?
I will have to see the people who have gone to Saker's Keep or any one of the pop-up apothecaries and see if they have one of these iron things you're talking about, right?
Because
That's
here's
the
the
connection
thing.
here.
We don't know if once you get one of those iron things, if it does something to you and the creature can spy on you or something like that. We don't know the lengths, but we do know multiple people in here are involved.
In where?
In the guardianship as a whole.
Okay.
So going around asking names could get you killed in an alley like the other night.
Ah. Oh, you're saying that those guys are connected, those thugs, those bandits.
Yes, those bandits, the leader of them was also possessed. Remember when we questioned them and you walked away?
Whoa, what?
Remember? So
You're saying he's possessed?
he was possessed when we talked to him.
Well, that's, if what you're saying is true, not good.
Why would I come up with this story? Also,
No, I don't
Furthermore,
know.
all of, like, Rosita and her staff are all ferals, which is also why I invited you in, because... Brenna, are you frozen?
She is.
I was just like, wow, he's really keeping a stern face here.
Rip. One after another.
Just
Another one gone, another one gone, another one bites the dust.
every time a disconnection happens, an NPC dies.
Please no.
Another one bites the dust.
Did I make it back?
Yeah, what was the last thing you
Okay.
heard? I realized that you must have disconnected because you held that face for a while.
The last thing was Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was literally doing two things at once, being like, I'm responding, good for me. You said, why would I make this up? And he was trying to say, he said I something like, I don't know, Snow, but the last was like, why would I make something like this up?
Yeah. Rosita and all of her staff are also fails. Which is why I invited her inside, because there's protection on this house. Remember when she was like, oh, I stepped on something or whatever, then fled?
Wait. One, Nina doesn't look like a feral.
That's fine. Just get over that part.
That's pretty distinct. I'm going to put a pin in that. But we'll come back around. Two, the house has protections against ferals?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, go on.
And that's why she couldn't pass, which is why I was like, oh, why don't you try putting your arm around them? And then that's why I put her to sleep and then had you carry her inside.
Because if she's touching someone who's not a feral, she can come
It's
inside.
not a very good system, to be honest, but yes.
Maybe it's an invitation-based thing.
Well,
like
no, because I
Spooky
invited
Vampire
inside.
Story or something.
No, vampires are different, but...
I mean, not from what I've heard. From what I've heard from all the stories is a vampire can come inside if you invite it inside and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Like,
a
who
different
cares? They're
circumstance. You can't just, like, pass along inside if you're touching somebody. I assume
anyway.
is what I heard, anyway.
Okay, it's just a story. I don't care about dumb monsters. Anyway, go on.
So that's why we need you to keep her here while you go about so we can continue either questioning her or using her as a lure to get other people.
Okay.
How much are you believing me right now? Let's touch
No, I gotta
base.
tell ya, this is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Give me a minute to kind of process what's happening here. He kind of takes a minute and is like thinking about what you've said. Back downstairs. Ste'yn.
Yes. So, Nina, wait a moment. You said she keeps eyes on everybody. She knows where people is. How does she manage that? That's an impressive work of magic, and gotta be honest, it's a little bit disconcerting.
It's look, when you have a lot of people to manage, it's pretty important to be able to know where your people are. And yeah, and I think it's not so much her keeping the eye out versus, the one she turns to. So she has her eyes here, and well, pretty much anyone who's got a fun little trinket.
She can use
If she
them to
wants
keep
to.
track of other people.
Sure can.
Can Rosita's god hop into anybody who has one of those little trinkets?
You can say her name, it's okay.
There's a lot of power in names.
Isn't there?
Yes, quite a lot of power in names, and I don't know if I want to invoke that sort of power.
She
This
deserves it. So do you.
Oh, I'll say my name as often as you want. I'm Ste'yn of Atala.
No. You should say our goddess's name.
I don't know if I want to at this moment. It feels like there needs to be something more important leading up to it, The right situation to say a name.
Okay. No, that's fair.
You
In
want
time.
to keep names for, actually showing honor or showing worship, not just throwing them about in conversation.
That's all right. You'll see more of it as you stay in the city, or if you choose to run off somewhere, you'll find it in neighboring cities. She's already there.
Oh, I'm sure I've heard much about that, and
Mhm.
encountered some of her people on the, road to Hazelwood and such, so I assume she's got a pretty good net.
Yes. Have you been to Cadence?
I have been there once, actually.
Did
It's
you
a lovely
stay long?
place. No, we couldn't stay long. We had to hurry back. We only stayed a few hours. What's
That is
there? What should I know
true.
about?
Well, honestly, not much anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, not much anymore.
I
It's
know
kind
you
of
said
sad,
that twice
actually.
now. What do you mean not much anymore? Is there
I
any more that I'm a
mean,
little bit confused on?
I understand. You're not quite as omnipotent as our god is. Look,
No, would be nice though.
it's possible. It's possible.
No,
But
back to Cadence. What do you mean not much anymore?
what I mean is, and don't get upset. Don't get upset. Look, no one is harmed who doesn't need to be. So don't worry. But most of that city was, in her eyes, pretty pathetic. Not fantastic for looking for worshippers. So one of her people, she has a few people she relies on across this area of Urusha. Like I said, it's hard to manage alone.
Right.
One of her people has already gone through there to look, staked her claim, and she's moved along. And the ones that you don't pick,
You can use blunt language, please.
oh, I'm sorry, that's right. I was told that you guys don't like so much talking. I'm sorry. Yeah, a good deal of them are dead. If that helps.
Because they were pathetic.
It wasn't my decision. It wasn't my decision.
Do you think
I
it was
told
the right
you.
decision?
It might depend who it was. I don't know how many ferals were there.
Do you think then that only if it was a feral who was killed it was the wrong decision?
Honestly, before I were to dive into that further, I'd want to think about it. I want to give you the right answer. Because a lot
I
of
don't
people
want the
have...
right answer, I want your answer.
Then you have to give me time to think about it.
It should be a very simple answer. Like I've told Beau many times, if it takes you too long to think about it, I already know the answer.
But it's the wrong answer because you don't like it?
I'm not looking for a right or wrong answer. I'm looking for your answer. There's a difference there.
Sometimes, and it's unfortunate, you do what you have to do.
You do what you have to do. But is it doing what you have to do different if it's a feral or a normal person?
That does change the matter, yes.
Do you believe that ferals have more of a right to live than others?
And as you guys are talking, every now and then you hear something kind of like clunking upstairs. Sound of something like kind of
Ste'yn
scraping.
has her fists kind of clenched at her side as she is having this conversation.
Mm-hmm. What was her question? I'm sorry.
Do you think... Oh shoot, which was the last question?
Ferals have more of a right to live? Was
Yeah.
that the one? She looks you over and there's kind of a saddened look on her face. And she says, look, you asked me to be blunt. But in most situations, there is a nuance. Okay? There's nuance.
I'm learning
But-
that.
Good. I'm glad. I will say, in many of these cases, it's very often we have to look out for ourselves. We have to protect ourselves. If we're going to get kicked around at some point,
How
the
many...
dog bites back.
And what about children?
What about children?
Children who have
Okay, okay. I know who you're talking about. Remember, she sees
Me.
everything. Of course. That sweet little girl,
Yes.
her family, the ones you traveled with.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't know where they are.
Convenient.
You can ask Rosita. She might have seen by now if she communicated with her person that was in Cadence last. I think she
Yeah.
called her the Ruby Wing or something like that.
The Ruby Wing.
It's very beautiful. I mean, if you're in such a position as those 5 are, then you're probably going to get a nice title like that. I would love that.
What are some of the other titles? Ruby Wing is impressive, but what sort of title would you hope for? What are some other ones?
I see what you're trying to do, and it's very clever. But again, you'll have to talk to Rosita. Unless you can find them yourself.
Maybe I will. I'm not sure I want to be in the business of anyone who goes after children.
I didn't say we go after children. We're not monsters. We're only ferals. Unless you think ferals are monsters.
I don't. I used to be jealous of your kind.
Jealous?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. No one's ever said that before.
I'm not your usual person.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, I was only here to offer the olive branch. If you're interested, you know where Rosita is. If you're not interested, I don't really know what to tell you.
It's her way or the highway.
That's what happens when you have the power of a god on your side.
I think you'll find that any power can meet its match.
Dan casts Guiding Bolt.
Die!
Oh, it's tempting. Oh, it's so tempting.
Upstairs, where
Yeah, Beau just
I'm
finished
sure
pushing
Beau
a bunch
is-
of things off the desk.
are you back in the study?
Yeah, that's where he's.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So he
I
just
feel
pushed
inclined to-
whatever was on there
Yeah.
onto the ground.
Yeah, there's a desk. If you're moving like heavy things on the ground around, like there's that chest that was in the corner.
He's only
I think I
doing it
failed to
like
mention
every few minutes as Candy's
Okay, that's
thinking
fair.
about it to make it seem like
Yeah.
they're moving things like he said they were.
So you had told him you told him all this information, and you mentioned the guy, the bandit. And Canyon gets your attention, goes back to that, and he says, you said that guy was possessed, that bandit guy who was trying to steal something from Sakers, right? It was that
Yeah,
guy.
eventually. Like I said, it comes in and out.
Yeah.
But they usually show some kind of tonal shift.
Uh-huh. You know, so you might have missed it, but there was this crowd. It was very interesting. I mean, it's always fun to see, exciting things happening and whatever. So that guy, he was taken to Dranfeld, right? He was taken to Dranfeld. He was going to be dealt with probably up in Zaylee. So they were going to go through there. And I think because you mentioned that, or it got around, or whatever it was, we sent, I know we sent an acolyte to be on the safe side, along with the Peace Watch who went with him. And there was something, I don't know why, it just seems weird. Something about him was just real.
The acolyte?
No, not the acolyte, the bandit. I don't know, he kept he would sound real aggressive, and we're just like, whatever, fine. That's what happens when you're a jerk. But sometimes he would just kind of gloss over and just like look around and smirking. Something about I don't know. Might have been saying,
Exactly.
like, worship something or other. I don't know.
Exactly. They follow. He's gonna move his arm and knock a couple books off the bookshelf, and then he's gonna reach into his
Dude.
back, and he's gonna pull out the book that Nora had mentioned. That's exactly like what's in this book.
Snow, I gotta admit, I don't like what's going on here. If what you're saying is true.
All right, let me level with you just a little bit further and let you know that my name is Beau, not Snow.
Oh. Did I hear you wrong, or why did you say Snow?
It was a long night and we got attacked. Maybe I said it wrong, and then I just didn't want you to feel embarrassed calling me a different name.
Okay. Beau, I guess.
So you
All right.
do believe me then?
I don't want to believe you, and some of it still feels pretty weird. I mean, why would someone be doing all of this here? I mean, a guardianship is a pretty big deal. It's pretty well protected. I don't think it could actually get very far, whatever you think that they're planning.
It depends how many people they already have involved. You said that Rosita was what? The second highest influence?
I mean, in a tavern, but everyone loves her, yeah. What did he say? He said something other than worship. He said something, because it was so weird and I just thought he was crazy. He said something like Ruby Blade or something like that. I don't know, it was so weird. Ruby Blade will worship her? Or... I don't know. Something weird. I don't know. You're giving me weird juju. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, well, the important thing is to not look weirded out at all when we go downstairs. But...
Okay.
Well, actually, it probably won't matter because we're going to be keeping that girl here while you leave. So she's probably going to know that you know something. But don't let the weirdness show whenever you're at the pike. Be careful who you talk to. And like I said, you should probably get your little instrument lass not working there.
Beau, I'm going to level with you. I feel like we can be honest with each other here for a minute. Sometimes you sound like a jerk.
That's fine.
Okay. I just need you to understand, sometimes it's not going to get you far. Just wanted to share that, brother to brother. All right. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
All right, so
Pretty
you
cool.
go do what you gotta do. Leave the what's-her-face to us.
You can't kill her, man.
I didn't say we
You
would.
can't hurt her. She's just a person. Or
Well,
feral or something. Still, ferals are still people.
yes, we're gonna use her for information and potentially to get Rosita out of the pike. Or other people.
Okay? Okay. I'm armed, remember. Okay.
Well.
Let's go.
All right. And he's gonna knock one more book off for good measure.
Guy, come on! Why are you making a...
He said we were
I'll
moving
apologize.
things.
Is the captain here? Does she know you're here doing all this?
Oh yeah, they're in the base. They were doing the not base. They're in the living room in a hut.
Let's go. Enough. Let's go. Let's go. And he will go back downstairs with Beau.
How have Nora and Viola reacted to everything they've heard from Nina?
Yeah, how has Viola reacted?
Viola, like, for the majority of what Nina's been saying, she's just looked like very kind of like confused, maybe a little frustrated. When she brought up the town that family's from, she got very visibly angry, probably some tears brewing in her eyes, and she did grab her like sword but kept it in the hilt.
Okay. How's Snow doing?
What does Nora look like?
Ah, fair enough.
I need to see first.
Give me an insight check.
And both of us?
You already did.
Oh.
15.
Okay. Secret roll in so you don't interrupt RP. Nora also looked incredibly confused. And you note that as she's talking about and inferring that she is a feral, that's where the confusion seems to hit the most. There's some shifts, all of it is generally negative, but she seems very hung up on this idea that she doesn't look the way she is expected to look. She seems like really hung up on that. She's otherwise very quiet and watching, and occasionally looks back towards the stairs, especially as sounds are happening, and she very much wants to know what people are doing upstairs in her home.
Snow is mostly just listening with kind of annoyed expression on his face for the majority of it.
You're
Hold on,
cutting
it's
out.
getting cut up.
And then when I started talking,
Curse the things and the stuff.
Come on, technology. Just whack for us.
Yeah. We're doing info lore dump. Come on.
We are! It's good stuff!
This was supposed to be a combat night, and instead we're
Yeah.
gonna dump. Trauma dump.
Poor Nina.
I give you your main trauma dump, and then I like to feed in little bits of side quest trauma dump. That's how I like
don't
to do
feel
it. That's
bad
my
for
DM
Nina.
secret. You don't have to feel bad for Nina. It's not her side
I was
quest
gonna
trauma
say,
dump that I'm giving you.
That's the same thing Nina is, and he managed to get by without serving
Without
a
murder.
fiend.
Let's just give Josh a second to...
Yeah,
I think he can still hear us again.
probably.
That must be terrible. It's like, I
That's the
hear
internet
you!
connections.
Just hear me! That's okay. It happened to me too. I think it's now happened to everyone except... Did it happen to you?
Don't
Kassie?
say it!
Sorry.
I accidentally hung up the call.
Oh yeah, she accidentally
Yeah.
turned herself off.
She was going to hit a sound, and instead she disconnected.
Yes.
Eh.
It's going
Yeah,
to
he
be
hears us.
Cassian.
Okay. We'll figure out how Snow is feeling in a moment.
Oh, there's a message.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was
said
saying
just
keep
keep
going.
Okay.
So, Snow looks white as a sheet as they are talking about all of these things. Probably, let me not speak for him, but I was going to assume in speaking about the family and Cadence. Yeah. Ste'yn. Did you have further questions for Nina? She doesn't seem like she has a lot more to say unless you're going to keep digging into her own past, but
Ste'yn doesn't have any more questions. She'll just, especially if she's hearing things, seem to... The drops and stuff is starting getting a little bit lesser. She's assuming they're wrapping up upstairs. And she's just gonna look at Nina. She has a very fierce expression on her face. We'll even throw in some thaumaturgy for some fun flashes to her eyes.
Ooh, spectacle.
Yes. And she just says, you can tell Rosita, or you can tell Mosine herself, that if anything has happened to an innocent child, innocent anybody, but particularly an innocent child who has no place in a war, no place in a fight, any sort of deal would be off between us. And she knows exactly who I'm talking about.
Nina nods her head. And she holds up her hands kind of defensively. And then she says, if it gives you some kind of reassurance, also, can I please have Ste'yn and Viola please roll me a charisma saving throw?
Yeah. 12.
7.
Viola!
For any of this session. I think this started when we got put in jail.
Maybe at some point, Ste'yn will give you bless.
It only lasts for a minute.
I've been rolling well all night too. Like any of my
Not
other
for
rolls
this.
besides the charisma saving throws would have passed.
She says, if it helps, if it gives you some kind of reassurance, I have something you might find interesting. You might appreciate it. Don't go crazy. We are, in fact, on the same side. I'm sure of it. We are. And she reaches into her pocket, and she pulls out a piece of parchment. Okay. She unfolds it, and you can see on it a drawing. It looks like a charcoal kind of drawing. And it is it looks like a scene from the Wild Pike. Very simplified scene. And you can see there's a performer on a stage. She has beautiful purple hair kind of pinned up really nicely. And there's like a ghostly images of a crowd around the stage. It's very stylistic. And she says, look, if you want to talk to at least one of them, they made it this far. I just can't speak for the others.
That explains a lot.
At what point is Beau and Canyon getting down the stairs?
You guys, yeah, you came back downstairs.
Does he see this drawing?
Sure.
So how does he react?
I guess he's got all this new information.
He sees his fiance on this charcoal drawing.
Yeah, he sees the drawing. He doesn't seem entirely, like, shocked by it, it seems. I mean, like, a lot of people have admired and have seen Vav performing. It's just this person who was watching the performance, it seems, could also draw.
Okay, so he doesn't say anything about it.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
We'll put the drawing away and she tells you, if you're interested, Rosita's available to talk. If you're kind of foolish enough to think you can do something about it, well, I can guarantee you just confronting her the way you did is not the answer. Besides, when you're that protected, you can't just go up against a bulwark and kind of hope you're just going to knock it all down.
Oh, don't worry. I'm smarter than that.
Good. I'm glad. But you should just join us.
I appreciate.
Here's a
the
question for you.
invitation.
How do you even think you're getting out of this house? You couldn't even get inside.
I hadn't thought about that. Maybe someone will politely carry me out.
Well, maybe Rosita would just have to come over here and get you. Assuming she can even get inside this house. Frail-looking thing she is.
Why would she come all the way over here for me? She doesn't need to. I have a job. I was just here to speak. That's it.
So you're
Are
nothing
you going to
more
keep
than
me
a
trapped in the
tool
house?
for her.
No, it's not it at all. Don't
It
try to
certainly
twist her
sounds
words.
like that.
I don't
You sound
particularly care what you think it
expendable.
sounds like.
Expendable, worthless tool is what it sounds like.
Canyon, I think I'm okay to leave now. I appreciate you coming to assist me. I don't know that they're going to take the olive branch, so to speak. And he kind of eyes her and then looks back at Beau and looks back at her, and he says, if head of the house is okay with you sitting here a little while, maybe it's, I think she might have a few questions too. These are her novices. They might, she might have a few questions herself. And Nina kind of perks an eyebrow. Canyon just kind of shrugs and says, I think I have to go do a little,
Yeah, that
check on
package.
Yeah. Because it should be here by now. And if it's not, maybe there's still some issue going on out there. But I think it should be here by now. I'll check back in a little bit. Is that what right?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right. And he's going to nod. Nina looks more confused and a little bit perturbed than like she can actually put up a fight as Canyon.
Table's turn, Nina.
He looks back and he's like, "Is the captain around?" And he.
I mean, if Beau did say that there's okay.
Okay, you know what? This is not my area of expertise. And Canyon goes out the door.
And Beau locks it behind him.
Oh, lovely. So it is the two of you visible. Three watching from the hut, and Nina Sarenby,
who has less than 20 HP.
Sitting on the couch with 20 or less HP, unsure of what you want from her.
Ste'yn looks at Beau and just says, I don't have anything else to ask her.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's better that we keep something.
Like you said, I don't know how much they're worth to her.
Yeah, well, let's see.
We're not going to take a life here.
Didn't say we were.
Good, we're on the same page.
Viola's gonna walk out of the hut.
Yeah, Nora's about to be like, I don't like the idea of taking hostages.
What's the plan here? I mean, I don't care if she stays here. She gestures to Nina. But I just want to know what's the plan. Which maybe we shouldn't discuss in front of her, but it seems like it doesn't matter where we discuss things.
I think discussing things and knowing locations are two different things. knowing what's said in a discussion and knowing a location might be two different things, but also...
Yeah, do you have like a broom closet in order that we can...
Am I allowed to speak now?
Nobody said you couldn't speak. It's your house.
She pokes her head out of the hut. And Nina's just like watching this space that is like clearly warped as people are just like coming out like a clown car. She comes out of the hut and she's looking at the situation. She says, I really don't, look, if she could sit and just sit on the couch, it should be fine, right? If you're going somewhere, I'll stay and I'll watch her.
Are we going somewhere?
We had spoken briefly about possibly going somewhere.
That's right.
Yes.
Not gonna go there right now, are we?
So no, it seems there are eyes and ears all over the place.
Nina just kind of nods along on the
And we
couch.
still haven't figured out how.
What?
Say it again.
I heard we still
Word
haven't
type
figured
it.
out how.
And you still haven't
Mm-mm.
No, we still haven't figured out how she does it.
maybe.
Shaking my fist at the technology. When it's good, it's good. Oop, D-tape. Oh, that was from earlier. Just kidding.
No, I think it has something to do with all those trinkets. Are you back, Snow? No.
He wasn't.
I
Viola
want the
will,
wrap up
like-
of Snow's final thoughts.
Viola will lean over to Ste'yn and just like reiterate that he was not too pleased with what Nina was saying while we were listening in on that conversation.
Good.
What was she saying?
Oh, many different things. Certain- Like, Cadence might not exactly be there anymore. For many of the people in it.
Remind me why... What's going on with Cadence?
You remember, in Hazelford, we met a lovely family.
That's right.
Yes. I find it concerning that that place might not be there anymore, that's all.
And she played a part in it.
No, not directly.
Not directly.
Alright, do you know the people that were directly?
Oh, Ruby Wing.
Is a ruby ring somebody that people worship?
No. No. She's just one of a few that
5.
are... Did I say 5?
Yes, you did.
5 that
Oops.
do what?
Five that are more worthy, I guess. Something like that. That detail
More
I
than
don't
just
have
some eager
entirely.
blood.
Oh, wow. You really were. Wow. That's... Wow. That was beautiful.
No, you guys get so easily swayed. I see how this moon wench got you.
Wow, that was not beautiful.
Oh no.
Oh,
Look.
Josh back?
Looks like it. It did for a moment. And for the ones who were in the hut, and as you guys are going back to talking about Cadence, and in the same way that your fists were like balling up, Ste'yn, Nora's hands are behind her back, but you can clearly see that she, like, her hands are like clenched very tightly. And she actually, she doesn't excuse herself, but she steps away and she actually starts walking upstairs. Nina just says, I think you've been told plenty. I don't really have much more to tell you. Can I just go back up to the pike? I'm going to have a shift this evening, and there's going to be great music, and I'd really rather not miss it.
Nonsense, they have plenty of hands.
Sure, but it is a big festival season. Can I please just go?
That's like you're not gonna get all those tips.
You're really going to keep me hostage here? Is that your plan?
Well, you won't be here very long if you're more than some tool.
Ste'yn's just gonna step back into the hut and sit for a minute because she is about at her limit of trying to deal with this person.
Really is a shame. Look, I didn't mean to make everyone upset. I really didn't. You wanted answers. I told you what you wanted to know. I told you all that I know. Yes, there are others out there, a similar level to Rosita, that they seem to have that closeness with our god. It's just what it is. Rosita needs extra hands, of course. If you're going to have your influence reach that far, that's what you need. So that's what she has.
Your god gets around, is what you're saying.
Yes. But she's particular. She has a type. So why make more trouble for yourself? It's not like they don't know where I am. Why? She doesn't have to come here. Peace Watch could be here any minute.
Well, why would the Peace Watch come if Canyon already joined you?
Because there's always a backup plan in case something goes awry.
Well, there's always backup plans on our ends, too.
And what is your back?
That's my thought.
What?
What's your backup plan?
Is he saying that, like, to Beau in a MyLink? Is he saying it to this person?
I think he's saying it to
Or
Nina.
my link is probably gone.
You could type the name as we figure this thing out. I think it's to Nina. To which, regardless, as he asks this, you hear a...
Nina.
As he asks this, you hear a much louder knocking on the door, the front door. And then you hear more knocking on the back door of the house. And it is incessant. It is not letting up. Almost more of a warning than it is a request. And I think that's where we are going to pause our adventure for tonight.
I already have
We
a
ran
plan.
much later.
One more charisma throw from
Yeah, let's do it. One more. Come on.
Yes, Viola?
Oh, that one's a 5. Fun. I don't know how I'm rolling this bad for all these.
Viola's about to have a whole like combat and have no idea how great she was. Oh my goodness, this is wild. Interesting.
So did we
Wow.
choose any of the paths you thought we were going to choose?
Not a 1.
That's D&D for you.
Not
You're
even
the
the
one,
secret third
you're the
option.
one that had the hostage just walk to our door.
It started to go in a direction, and then I sat there and contemplated for a moment of like, maybe I'm just like, there's a part of me that's a little intimidated by like combat because I'm still learning. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? It's okay. If you got them to the jail and if they found a way to get around it using their words, great. I'll get them some combat. That's no problem. And then you got out and the captain and you shared the information and you were in the right place and you got more and here we are. You essentially have Rosita's plan thanks to her person. I'll let you guys summarize what you think her plan is later while we say goodbye to everybody who was hanging out with us. Let's do that while I pretend like I'm going to go to sleep anytime soon. That's my favorite part is the make-believe. Some people think the make-believe of D&D is the really exciting part. For me, it's the make-believe that I'm going to sleep ever again. It's really fun.
What is sleep?
What is sleep even? What is sleep even? But first, I have to find this thing. Hey, thank you from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing to the channel. We truly, truly appreciate you journeying with us to bring clean content to the world of tabletop RPGs. Please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything, and be sure to leave a comment with your favorite moment from the game, a moment that stood out to you from the game, or you could answer our question for the day, which is, what quality do you admire most in a hero? Think about it for a moment and then leave us a comment. A particularly huge thank you to our players, to my players, whose links are in the description below. Please take a moment to follow these tremendous people and their exciting endeavors. David, who deals with so much audio-visual magic, he's basically truly a wizard, who plays Beau. Catherine, who literally doesn't roll below 30, and I'm okay with it, who plays Ste'yn. With perception.
She had the
We saw
lowest
her
this
lowest
match.
perception today. It was wild. Catherine, who surprises us at all turns, who plays Ste'yn. Kassie, whose joy just absolutely beams as bright as her golden armor, playing Viola, who plays Viola. And Josh, who communicates in all ways, shapes, and forms into our minds and our hearts, who plays Snow. I am Brenna. I am your storyteller for this adventure, and we will see you back here next time. Safe travels until we meet again.